okay to go?
Yes, Mayor, we are.
Thank you so much. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the San Bruno City Council regular meeting of January the 25th, 2022. Call this meeting at 7 o'clock. May we please have roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Medina? Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Here.
And Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. Thank you. I would thankful and would ask at this time for our council member Tom Hamilton to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. I appreciate it. At this time, we're going to go into item number 4, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals allow 3 minutes. It is the council's policy to refer matters raised in this forum for staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matters not agendized pursuant to state law. If there are members of the public that wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda for this evening, could you please raise your virtual hand now? I see 2 speakers at this time, and I just want to say before I ask the city clerk to bring our speakers, we do have a 7:10 public hearing that is required to begin at or very near 7:10. So if we begin public comment and there are still others that are left, we would have to reconvene that after the public hearing. But at this time, why don't we begin with the first speaker, please?
Bob B. I'm trying to unmute Bob. Just one moment. Bob, if you're able to unmute yourself, please do so.
Maybe we can go to the next person and then we'll circle back.
I think Bob just unmuted himself. Bob, can you say something?
Yes. Is that, are we good?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
You can start whenever. Thank you.
Okay. Robert Barnett, Knowles Park. Mr. Mayor, members of council, last year I brought up the issues in regards to the billables for the fireworks and the cost base and also the irregularities that seemed to add up in regards to the statements that were being sent out. And what came into question, and this is under Chapter 6.50, Section 4, about cost rebate fees. And the understanding I have from that is that when organizations who had to purchase and at the application time a non-refundable fee of $750. And so what's happened here is that according to the calculations that the monies had been credited back into the amount of what was due and payable to the city, which I think is irregular. It's a little bit irregular, and that there is no refunds. So I think we need to see how they did those fundings. In regards to under Title 12.100.010, about street parking, there's a problem on Cypress all the way down to end of the street. It's just the problem is that we have people that are parked on the sidewalks. The vehicles that are parked there have been parked there for over 2 years. they're non-operational, and that because of the fact that these areas are highly needed for parking for the residents of other residents, is that the code enforcement's not doing their job. The other part is on Cherry, where we have approximately 8 RVs parked that have been parked there for several years now and has not been moved or towed or ticketed, and that we need a no parking area for that from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Farouk. One moment while I bring you in the room. Farouk, whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Councilman, Councilwoman. I bring forth an issue regarding the property located at 758 6th Avenue, San Bruno. As you guys know, California passed Senate Bill 9 and Senate Bill 10 to allow for more housing in areas zoned R1. I have a property with approximately 9,000 square feet lot, which has one parcel available for building. However, the city planner has not been cooperative in getting the lot subdivided so a duplex can be built there. So I'm looking for a way so we can cooperate with the city and get it built, because California is in a housing shortage and we're looking to build additional units there. There was prior a duplex built there that was demolished in 2007 prior to when we bought the property, and there really shouldn't be an issue on building there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other speakers, City Clerk?
I see no other hands raised, Mayor Medina.
Thank you. Seeing no hands.
I'm sorry, one hand just raised. I do
Okay.
apologize.
And this will be the last speaker at this time. Go ahead.
One moment while I bring him in the room. Jeremy Sarnecki.
Hello, Council. I'm again sending you some well wishes in this new year. I'd like to begin by mentioning something that I had forgotten last time, comment on, and that is the street lights in the Rollingwood neighborhood have been off for the better part of 2 months. It is a public safety issue, and I would appreciate if the Council could comment on how much longer the residents of Rollingwood will have to wait for the basic feature to be restored. The second thing I'd like to comment on, this isn't really within your purview, and that is the toll lanes that have gone up in the along 101. I find them detestable, and in light of the some billion-dollar bond measure that was passed, that was the regional measure 3. I just find it odious that we have to now pay to use the freeway. The last thing I'm going to say is that a general point, again, to make global issues local, and that is, I have to ask, why are elected officials, what are they to do when the issues of gravest concern, whether they be global pandemics or the intensifying threats to human welfare posed by climate change, are not within their perceived purview? As the political representatives chosen directly by the people forming the foundation of our popular sovereignty, it seems odd to me that so little is expected of them. Instead, we insist that they operate within the tightest boundaries to best serve the public's interest. Of course, this is wholly appropriate of them, or what would this country be if our elected leaders were constantly usurping their legitimate authorities by spending valuable time dedicated to serving the public's interest, grandstanding, or making partisan attacks? That said, I would like the Council to comment on the recent reports that Donald Trump had something to the tune of a complete takeover of our election systems in the year 2020, a draft file, something where the military was going to seize voting systems. I believe all council members, tell me if I'm wrong, do in fact make a oath to the United States Constitution. And I've never had to ask this because something like this has never happened in the United States of America before. But what does it mean when the President of the United States declares the Constitution null and void? Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other speakers, City Clerk?
I see no other hands raised.
I do not either at this time. The hour being 7:10, we are going to move into item number 5, which is the public hearing, starting on time. And that is, I'll read it, hold third public hearing to 1, receive community input regarding the boundaries and composition of districts to establish for district-based elections for the city council members, and 2, provide direction to staff and the city's independent regarding preferred configurations and changes to the draft maps. And I will turn it over to the city manager for an intro, and he will then follow it up with the introduction to the others of the team that will be.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, and members of the community watching at home. My name is Javon Grogan, and I have the pleasure of being San Bruno City Manager. We are here tonight for a public hearing on district elections. I will give a very brief introductory presentation. I will then be followed by 2 individuals that have been supporting the City of San Bruno. The first person will be Kristen Parks from the National Demographics Corporation, our demographic consultant for the district election process. The next individual will be Jennifer Netwig from Tri-Pepe Smith, our public outreach and engagement consultant. Let's talk a little bit about why we're here. So back in March 10th of 2020, the City Council received a staff report on options to mitigate potential exposure from a claim that the city was not compliant with the CVRA, or also known as the California Voting Rights Act. It's important to note that the city had not received a claim, but instead eventually decided to act unilaterally in order to prevent taxpayer dollars being spent to mitigate a potential claim. The city at that time received a presentation from NDC, National Demographic Corporation, on the process to transition to a by-district election process and how a city would ensure their compliance with the California Voting Rights Act. At that time, the City Council adopted a resolution expressing their intent to transition to a by-district election, but asked the city to come back at the very next meeting, and that was March 24th. And so we had discussions at that meeting. And at that meeting, the City Council passed a motion to postpone transitioning and the demographic analysis from 2020 until 2020 until 22. And it's important to note what was happening at that time, right? There was this new thing called COVID-19 that was just occurring at that time. We were still meeting in person, but there was a thought that doing this process during that sort of beginning critical time really had a lot of open questions. And so it was pushed until the November 22 election. In June of last year, 2021, the City Council received another report confirming the date for transition to by-district elections, and the City Council adopted a resolution to that effect, and also authorized the city to enter into contract with the National Demographic Corporation for redistricting services, or for districting services. At that time, the City Council also provided direction for the city to retain the services of Tri-Pepe Smith for public outreach and engagement. And so that project was launched in September of last year. It is ongoing. Since September of 21, we have had numerous public workshops and engagements. We were actually able to hold public in-person workshops as well as remote workshops. Demographic information has been prepared, and as you will see and is in your packet, more than 20 maps were submitted by the public, and an additional 3 maps have been created by Tri-Pepe-Smith. So tonight we will share presentations from NDC and Tri-Pepe-Smith with the City Council and the community. Tri-Pepe-Smith will talk about the outreach and engagement that occurred, and NDC will discuss the draft maps, and we will have a discussion and dialogue with the City Council with the goal for the City Council to select preferred configurations and or request any changes to the draft maps that have been presented. And we will certainly entertain questions and discussion. And so with that, I will turn it over to Tri-Pepe-Smith and Jennifer Netwig to talk about our outreach and engagement. And so I will stop my screen share, and Jennifer Netwig will provide her presentation.
Thank you very much, and let me just get those screens going. Okay. So it looks like you should be seeing those screens. I'll go ahead and get started. So good evening, Mayor Medina and members of the City Council. As you've heard, my name is Jennifer Netwig, a director with Tri-Pepe-Smith, the public affairs and marketing firm partnering with the city and with NDC to support communications regarding San Bruno's formation of districts. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight and share an update with you about the outreach and engagement that has led up to where you are now in this process as you are about to be presented with the first round of draft maps here tonight. Just get to the next slide. Okay, so here you can see what we'll be going over this evening, which is essentially an update on the outreach and engagement efforts to date, as well as a high-level overview of the outreach and engagement moving forward. And what I'll be sharing with you is above and beyond the meetings that you've held so far, which have included the first 2 public hearings, as well as 2 community workshops. Okay. So here on this slide, you can see the various types of media that we have employed so far in the outreach and engagement efforts. As you can see, we've made a point in working with the city to reach out via a variety of different platforms, including digital communications, print materials, and in-person outreach to reach San Bruno's diverse community members. And I'll be highlighting several of these outreach methods in the following slides. So it's important to highlight before I get into the different examples that there has been a multilingual approach throughout. So in working with the city, we've had materials translated and or interpreters provided for the website, for social media content, for print flyers, for the virtual community workshop, and then of course all the hearings and in-person events have had interpreters available upon request. And here on the screenshot, you can actually see on your dedicated website, people have the ability to select from dozens of different languages on that website. So definitely great to have all those different languages. And then on the next slide, here you can see even more about the website. So this is a dedicated website about district formation that's been up since September 21st. And the site has been continually updated throughout the process, including press releases, materials for each meeting, including the hearings and workshops. And community members have multiple opportunities to engage with the process through the website, including sending emails through the contact tab, subscribing for updates through that subscribe tab, and then of course today you'll hear about the draft maps that people can review just by clicking on that draft maps page. And as you can see on the slide, there have been 1,474 sessions on the website through January 14th, and those sessions were by 979 unique website users. And then next you can see an example of the social media that has gone out. We've been working with the city to push out weekly social media on the districting process, and that's been taking place since September 24th. And as you can see in this example, social media content has also been multilingual. So everything has gone out for the most part in English, Spanish, and Chinese. And the total reach of the social media that's gone out from September to January 14th has been 17,079. Next, I'll just quickly highlight one of the print outreach materials, and those are flyers that we've been working with the city to distribute. And here again, you can see all the different languages that the flyer includes, and those have been shared electronically and in person at events such as the Fall Cleanup Day, food events, etc. And then I'll just conclude with a few in-person outreach highlights. So here you can see a photo of a mall kiosk. So this is a kiosk that the city worked to have on display at the shops on Tanforan. That kiosk is currently up throughout the month of January. And you can see it's essentially a screen with the city dedicated districting website where people can navigate and find the resources there and engage with the content while they're right there at the mall. And then I believe this is our last highlight, which is the marquee right there on El Camino Real. You can see it has districting messaging on display. This message is up now, and if you can't read on the screen, it says, "Help shape San Bruno" with the URL, www.districtingsanbruno.org. And that's on both sides so people can catch it whichever way they're driving. And then I'll just briefly shift gears. I know we're already at the third hearing, so there will be not too many more opportunities, but there is still time to get engaged moving forward. There will be the next hearing coming up, public hearing number 4, coming up on February 22nd. And what we really want to promote leading into that is that the due date for the second round of draft maps will be due February 8th. So we will be working with the city to publicize that. And then, of course, as the process continues with additional hearings and other milestones moving forward, we'll continue to use all the different tools that we mentioned here tonight to continue to promote that public awareness and participation. And here you can see the couple of additional resources that people can take advantage of to stay engaged. But that concludes my outreach and engagement update this evening, and I will turn it over to Ms. Kristen Parks from NDC for the next presentation for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It's wonderful to see a summary of that outreach, and you will see that reflected in the number of maps that I will be presenting to you in just a moment. Again, my name is Kristen Parks with National Demographics Corporation. We are your demographer team for this historic districting process in San Bruno. And I do apologize that I have to get through a review of legal criteria and a few more slides before we get to the maps. But especially for members of the public who are joining us this evening, thank you for being here. If you've submitted a map, you may see it presented this evening. If you don't see your map presented, it will be presented at the next hearing because we did have a deadline or a cutoff for this meeting of January 11th. So any maps that were submitted after that deadline will be presented. So if you don't see your map tonight, you will see it in the future. So you already heard a little bit about the history of the transition to districts. What I want to highlight here is that the current structure of San Bruno is a 4-member city council and a directly elected mayor. And this districting process is not changing that structure or the number of council members. However, we are going to elect the council members by district. And so here's what that looks like. If you sort of imagine that there is within the city boundaries, the city will be divided. I hate to use the word divided, but the city will be divided into 4 districts, and each district will elect 1 council member. And then the red circle here indicates that the mayor will continue to be elected by all voters, so all 4 districts will be able to vote for the mayor. And you have heard the timeline already that we did begin this process back in September. Here we are at the 3rd public hearing. And for members of the public, please note the February 8th deadline to submit your public maps for consideration and presentation at the February 22nd meeting. So that's a very important deadline for members of the public. We've seen a lot of participation and interest in this process, and we hope that continues. So quickly, I want to go over the legal criteria, because when we look at the draft maps that I'm about to present, I'll be referring back to the legal criteria. So first, we always have to look at federal law. Federal law says that in cities with district-based elections, we must meet an equal population requirement. What that means is that each council district should be relatively equal in population size. Don't have to be exactly equal in population size, but we're looking for a total population deviation of less than 10%. We also want to ensure that we comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and that the way that districts are drawn should not dilute the voting power of protected classes of voters. And those protected classes are African American, Latino, Asian American, and Native American voters. While we will talk about race and ethnicity in terms of compliance with the Voting Rights Act, we cannot draw districts based solely or predominantly on race or ethnicity. We do need to take into account other factors. So that gets us through the federal legal requirements. And then we have a relatively new law for the state of California that gives us a list of criteria that we must follow in order of importance when drafting district boundaries. So I will refer back to these criteria as well. The first being that each district must be geographically contiguous. All that means is that each district should be one whole piece with no disconnected parts. Second, we want to minimize the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. This allows our neighborhoods and communities to be grouped together within council districts in a logical manner that gives these neighborhood and communities opportunities to be represented. Third, we want to create easily identifiable boundaries so that residents know where the districts begin and end. Fourth, and finally, we want to maintain compact districts. So when we're looking at the shape of the district, we want to make sure that the district doesn't have a very strange shape where it is avoiding taking in a nearby area and is looping around in some way to take in a more distant area. We want to avoid that if at all possible. However, this is fourth on the list of importance. So sometimes we may need to draw a non-compact district so that we can minimize the division of a neighborhood or a community. So that's why these criteria are in a rank-ordered list. All right, communities of interest. For any members of the public who may not be familiar with that term, there is a legal definition, and it is a much broader definition than a neighborhood. But like a neighborhood, you can think of this as being a geographically concentrated population of residents that share common interests and should be included within a single council district so that they have a chance to be represented effectively and fairly. So that is what we're talking about when we're talking about communities of interest. We've received quite a lot of feedback already from members of the public on their communities of interest through the public workshops, the website, public comment, and other testimony. This is not a complete list here, and we certainly invite members of the public to continue sharing with us their communities of interest that they wish to not be divided into multiple city council districts. So San Bruno Transit Corridor, there's also lots of discussion of east and west of El Camino, or east and west of Skyline Boulevard, or east and west of 280, right? The heart, of course, area around Bel Air Elementary, Rollingwood area, and I'm not going to read the whole list, but when we are looking at maps, we want to think about these communities and others in the city and do our best to minimize divisions to these communities and neighborhoods. So I will be presenting to you 23 maps. I am going to go through it relatively quickly, and then I will take questions from council. But when we're talking about those basic legal requirements, of course, under California law, we need our districts to be contiguous. So one of the public submissions did have a non-contiguous area that I'll show you. That may have been an error, so that member of the public can certainly fix their map and resubmit it. And then we received 10 maps that were not population balanced, which means that their total population deviation exceeded that 10% threshold. And then that leaves us with 9 public submissions that were received by January 11 that met those 2 basic legal criteria. So those I am going to emphasize and spend a little bit more time on and encourage the council to evaluate those 9 public submissions for some of the other criteria, such as respecting neighborhoods and communities of interest. And then your consultant team at NDC prepared 3 maps to just give you additional options and incorporate some of the ideas from the public maps. So first, this is public map 106. This is the map that's not contiguous. It almost looks like the yellow district here is connected, or yellow-orange, but there is actually a gap of at least 1 city block. So in order for that district to be contiguous, it would need to be joined by 1 or more city blocks. So that I wanted to highlight that here, because any members of the public who are going to draw maps in the future, keep in mind that it might be something very small like this that causes your districts to be not contiguous. So we want to pay attention to that. And then there's a number of maps that have total population deviation that exceeds that 10% rule. But it's still important for us to look at these maps because they are oftentimes accompanied by key themes or ideas that are important to members of the public. So if any of these map authors are here, we also want to hear from you what you were trying to accomplish with your maps, though I'm not going to spend much time on that because I know we are already taking up quite a bit of time. So these are another 4, and then the reason that these last 2 here, 119 and 120, look different is because the previous maps were submitted using the high-tech online mapping tool. These 2 maps were submitted using paper maps, and then what you see here is my rendition of what was on the paper map, translating it through to the mapping software that the demographers use. So that concludes all of the not balanced and not contiguous maps. So I'm going to move into the contiguous and balanced maps. And again, all of these links are on the website. They're also in the PowerPoint here. So I've grouped these maps into 3 groups in ways that so that we can see some of the themes or similarities that emerge. And so I wanted to start with public map 112 and 118. These are maps that draw districts east-west. And so you see the city almost looking like a layer cake, where the northernmost district, District 1, is stretching all the way, from the hills of the west all the way towards the airport on the east and so forth and so on. So this is certainly one approach. This wasn't the most popular approach to drawing districts in the city, but what we did see two maps that did this approach. The much more popular approach was starting in the north part of the city and then going from there. There are two maps that really focus on the northern part of the city, map 108 and 110. And these really draw one district, District 1, in around the Skyline Boulevard, Skyline College, and then another district on the eastern side of 280 that is around Tanforan and the businesses and sort of centered around that area. So this is a very different approach. You can see one of the benefits of getting so many maps from the public is that we are going to see a lot of different ways to draw 4 districts in San Bruno. Then this third and last group of maps are maps that are drawing a very similar District 4. So that's the blue district here. And what this really is one entire district, or one district that is entirely east of El Camino Real. So you have this sense that this is a community of interest, and because we're seeing so many public maps draw such a similar district, that really does tell us that there is a community located on this east side that perhaps should not be divided. So while the District 4s are similar in these maps, there are differences that you'll see in the other districts. Of course, due to the shape of the city, the red or pink district, District 1, is going to also generally be similar across these maps, and 2 and 3 are going to be where we see a lot of differences here. NDC drew 3 maps, the orange, purple, and green map, and the NDC maps try to accomplish the population balance, try to avoid, when possible, dividing those communities of interest, and try to create districts that are compact to the extent possible. So there's some different approaches here in the NDC maps, and I want to point out that of these NDC maps, the orange map is the one that is the most population balanced. It has a total deviation of 2.83%. And then the purple and the green maps on the bottom of the slide here have slightly higher deviation. The purple has 6.03% deviation, and the green has a 6.68% deviation. All 3 of these maps do also try to respect the community east of El Camino Real, the communities around Skyline Boulevard, as well as when making different configurations with districts 2 and 3, still trying to respect some of those communities of interest. Though we understand that there's going to be probably no perfect map. There's going to be no perfect map that doesn't divide any communities or neighborhoods. So what we're going to be doing is working through this and really hoping that the council is able to identify of all of the maps before you this evening, some that you will want to focus on, or any changes that you would like to propose to any of the maps presented to you. We can bring back revised versions at the next hearing. And so members of the public, even if you haven't drawn a map or don't plan to draw a map, we do ask that you provide feedback on the draft maps. Let us know which ones you prefer. You can do that through the website or in any other manner by providing your comments. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and turn it over to the council for questions. And thank you for your attention to what was quite a long presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation and bringing it to us and to the community. Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to ask for questions on the presentation from council. Then we'll move into public comment, and then we will come back to council after public comment. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very interesting process that we're going through. I think it's really important that this isn't a response to the evolving law and the numbers of cities that were being having to pay in response to potential, I guess, what would be the proper term, a letter from an attorney. I wonder if you could just kind of give a little bit of that background, just so that the public understands. This is something in response to prevent paying out money to these law firms who are targeting communities and cities. For I wonder if you could somebody can give a little background on that.
Yeah,
who would like to take that? I'm sorry. Who would like to take that? I guess you step forward first, so please.
I'll be happy to respond. Thank you, Councilmember Medina. So yes, there are a variety of law firms that cities across the state have received letters from. Those letters have contained demands that those cities and other districts implement district elections and repeal their current system of at-large elections. And the demand includes a statement that as a result of having made that demand, and only as a result of that, the city is then required to pay the demanding party money, which can be in the tens of thousands of dollars, to cover their attorney's fees for having sent that letter. So when the city of San Bruno and the city council saw that neighboring jurisdictions were receiving those letters, the city council proactively decided to initiate this process to avoid having to pay those attorney's fees solely in demand to a letter that other cities have had to pay. And so that's why you adopted a resolution indicating that you would transition to district elections either 2020 or 2022. It turns out it will be 2022. But that did save the city money for having to pay those attorney's fees, thanks to the city council's proactive direction.
Thank you. That's really, really important. Everybody on this council went all across the city, representing the full city during their campaigns. My next question is about the data and public outreach. For a city of our size, is it pretty typical of the responses that were received? Is there any impact for COVID? Just wanted to see where we fit in. Is it a typical response for the responses that we got for our city size?
Ms. Parks?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I would actually say, no, San Bruno is not typical. You're actually getting more participation than we're tending to see with other cities of similar size. Some of that has to do with the fact that this is something the public heard about, right? Because it was something that was talked about, 2 years ago. But also you have an engaged public, and that's a credit as well to all of the outreach efforts that we heard about this evening. And the work of your city staff. So San Bruno is having some of the highest participation that we're seeing in cities. So that's good job. I wanted to add on to your previous question, just so members of the public are aware. One of the other things that happens in these cities that receive letters threatening a lawsuit is that they get a short timeline imposed. As soon as they get that letter, the threat is, you got 90 days to make this switch. So one of the really great things about the city of San Bruno doing this proactively is that there's been a lot more time to deliberate and be really intentional about how these district boundaries are going to be drawn. One of the cities you hear about a lot is the city of Palmdale, who actually, that went to a court case, and their map was actually imposed by a judge. So having the public input in this process is absolutely essential, and the fact that San Bruno decided to do this without having any threat of lawsuit allows the public more time and opportunity to decide the boundaries of the districts from which they'll elect their council members.
That's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. I did have one more question about the data. The multi-languages that were available here, did our community contact in the various languages that we have? Was there a good response there as well?
Well, I can speak to that. I know that we have had people pick up flyers in the various languages, so those were something that people had interest in at the workshops and mentioned going ahead and sharing with their neighbors and their communities. As far as digital engagement, I don't believe that we received much in the way of email response or social media response in the other languages, but in person, yes.
Thank you very much.
Other questions on the presentation from colleagues at this time? Councilmember Salzer.
I had a question about whether or not we tracked whether individuals were submitting multiple maps or if all the maps were unique. And it just kind of speaks to whether, we had 20 maps, but were they, I know that 4 of those were mine. So that kind of paints the pool. I was playing around with it, trying to figure out different ways to, just to educate myself. So coming into this conversation, I would know what people had to work with. So that kind of knocks a few of them out. So I'm wondering realistically how many people did participate. I know that the original submission had, some of them had names on them, and that's kind of been removed from what we're seeing now. So do we have some indication of really how many different people submitted maps?
To some extent, we know, particularly when the individuals emailed us or put their names in the description or the title of their map. That wasn't always the case, so we can't necessarily track that. That's more of if people are putting their names out there. We do also number the maps just for ease of reference for everyone, but we're not trying to hide who drew the maps, and oftentimes those maps will be accompanied with testimony, which will also be posted onto the webpage. There are individuals, I believe Mr. Sarnecki submitted 3 maps, and I'm not sure if there are other individuals who submitted multiple, but I know, for instance, Mr. Morgan submitted a narrative along with the map that he drew, indicating what the goals of the map were. So sometimes we know and sometimes we don't, but we definitely got probably 8 or 10 people submitting maps for this round, and there are actually already additional maps up there that we've received in advance of the February 8th deadline. So hopefully that's even more individuals.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I only received one complaint from someone who found out late in the game that they didn't know it was happening. And I think the effort to get the information out there covered most of the bases that we normally hit. So I don't know what we could have done differently. So it's not a criticism, just an observation. And again, I think one complaint is pretty good out of the whole city that I received personally. But I just did want to get sort of a realistic, just sort of a reality check on, who was really submitting. I know a lot of people were interested, but not enough to try to figure out how to use the tool. The tool, by the way, was really easy to use. Once you got there and you clicked around enough, it kind of all falls into place. So definitely appreciated having that. It definitely made it easier and giving people the ability to submit the hand-drawn paper maps definitely was a nice addition for the people that aren't as comfortable around technology. So thank you for putting all that together.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, so I think many of you know I've been very hesitant around this process, and originally was not supportive of it because we one, didn't have any demand letter, and two, we also didn't have any demographic information that would push us to move in this direction. And so what I wanted to ask is, given that there was the use of being proactive, and I understand the context of where we're getting to be proactive so that we don't get sued, but is there any requirement that this be done in 2022 versus 2024? And when I say requirement, I mean a legal requirement.
City Attorney?
I'll take the first stab at that question, and other city manager's office or others can add to that. So the short answer is that you have imposed a legal requirement on yourself by having adopted the resolution, indicating that you are going to do it in either 2020 or 2022. Having said that, the City Council could certainly repeal that resolution and decide that they're going to do it on another date. But as I think I've indicated, that that course of action, the City Attorney's Office is not recommending that course of action for a variety of reasons.
Great. And just for clarification, was that the resolution to intend to have those elections?
That's correct, but it said you were going to do it in either one or both, either one or two of those years. So I think anybody would interpret that as you're going to do it in one of those 2 years.
Okay, that's it for right now. This is just based on the presentation, right? Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions on the presentation from colleagues? Councilmember Hampton.
So no, all the questions that I had were already answered. So I'm good on questions. I just want to thank everyone involved for putting this all together. It is as was said before, a very interesting process, and I'm glad to see that there's been so much engagement. And I want to just re-encourage folks who are watching who may not have participated in this, and looking at these maps. If they have it, if you're looking at these maps and you're seeing, well, I can think of a better way to do this. You can. And what we heard in some of the earlier meetings was that it's quite common, and that the map that finally gets decided on was drawn by a resident and not by the consultants. So I highly recommend that if you haven't participated in the process and you want to, that you come to the website. As Councilmember Salazar said, the tool is quite easy to use once you just spend a few minutes clicking around, and it's quite intuitive, and I just encourage everybody to participate. Thank you.
And again, if we can keep it to questions on the presentations, want to bring the public in, so if they have somewhere they need to be, they can have their comments heard and be a part of the process. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one more question. Just regarding the presentation and your experience on the consulting team, because I think you're the premier agency that handles these districting processes. What have you seen after the districting process ends in the communities that you've assisted? Because I've heard a lot of people talk about it's easier for candidates to run because it's smaller, it's more equitable, you're not spending a lot of money. But take us out of the equation. We're really not as, I think, important as the goal, right, which is the representation. And I'm wondering if you can point to any solid, situations that have come out of this where you really feel like this has made a big difference in communities our size. Thank you.
Yeah, well, obviously every jurisdiction is very different, and I think what we often see is when a jurisdiction does make this transition to districts, it does create opportunities for historically underrepresented parts of cities to elect a council member. And that can be a geographic area, or it can be a geographically concentrated group of people. So I think in the case of San Bruno, what we see in a lot of these maps is the area up around Skyline College, Skyline Boulevard. That would be an area that would doesn't currently have a council member living in that area, and if it becomes a district, right, then it has the opportunity to be represented for the first time. We see that in a lot. I'm thinking of the city of Menlo Park. They have a historically unrepresented community called Bellhaven, and when they switched to districts, they for the very first time were able to get representation from that neighborhood and that community. So that's the main sort of, from the perspective of the community, that's one of the main things we do see. Doesn't always happen, but yeah, it often does.
Any other further questions, Vice Mayor?
No, I was hoping to hear about, this community, such and such community wasn't represented, and, now because they're represented, they have had a turnover of, something. So I think that's a great example of Skyline. Maybe if you had somebody in that area, we wouldn't be having the situations we're having now in Rollingwood. I don't know. But I would love to hear, a story that I think can move me more and maybe the people more. But I will wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands, at this time, this is a public hearing. This is the opportunity for anyone who wishes to speak on this topic to please raise your virtual hand. Again, we're going to go through the list, and then once that has concluded, I'm going to ask council to take action to close public hearing. So once it's closed, we won't be able to go back to public hearing. So this is the opportunity to please raise your hand and have your voice heard and your comments made. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the city clerk.
Yes, the first speaker is Paul Lipensky.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Paul, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I've watched a lot of Perry Mason. When these demand letters come out, it sounds a lot like extortion. Don't you have to have standing in order to sue somebody? And I don't see how a law firm outside of San Bruno could sue us because there's no damage there. The second thing is if they could explain what is the logic in the concept of a community of interest, because it looks like we're just dividing up the city by geography and not taking into account demographics. Was there a demographic study done? It seems like people that have common interests, financial, political, religious, whatever, have more of a community of interest than just geography. The next one is who makes the final decision on the map? And the last one is when the final decision is made and the first election is held, are all the seats up for grabs? So we'll have a completely new, possibly new council and a new mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jeremy Sarnecki. Jeremy, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Hey guys, what's going on? So sorry for the 3 maps. I did actually think that one map submission would replace the other. That is news to me. But I did make about 20, so those were just my best 3. Anyway, I do think the community outreach could be better. So I did see last year that flyers were sent out for proposal to increase the stormwater fees. When I did my own little survey of probably about 100 people, I found that not a single person knew that this process was happening. Some people were actually very engaged in their community in other ways as well, so I found that kind of shocking. I'd be happy if the consultant could provide the number of maps that were submitted after the deadline, because I think that would be interesting. And then finally, second to finally, I would hope that council would actually comment on maps that were submitted. I definitely have my own comments. Namely, I feel that Rollingwood is a community of interest that should not be divided in any way, shape, or form. I grew up here my entire life. It's the only neighborhood that has a sign in two of its entrances. And that's just a very obvious example, but I do think it definitely has its own identity that I feel other residents of San Bruno from other neighborhoods would recognize as I do their neighborhoods. So again, I would hope that council could actually take this time to comment on the maps that were submitted. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rob Barnett. Trying to get you unmuted again. There you are. Whenever you're ready. Robert, are you there?
We can just barely hear you. If you can speak up or speak clear to the mic.
Let me see. Is this a little better?
Rob, we're having trouble hearing you. Mayor, would you like me to come back to?
Yes, why don't we go on to the next, and then we'll come back to Robert, please.
Okay. The next speaker is Simon Mazzola.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a while since I've been in one of the meetings. I want to say hello to everyone. I spent about an hour on the process, and I would encourage everyone to give it a shot. At first, it seems a little, how do I do this? But it is a fairly intuitive tool. There are a lot of interesting demographics you can pull up in the data tabs that I didn't know. But I submitted 2 maps. The first one, I think I did what is probably typical of thinking if I had to divide the city into 4 groups that were cohesive, what would that look like? And after I did that, I had a very different thought. I thought, you know, in a sense, that's just playing the race card. Do we really want one person to represent east of El Camino? Do we really want one person to represent the skyline? Do we want one person to represent this or that ethnicity? And I thought, I don't think we do. So a second map I did after giving that some thought was more of a horizontal approach so that each of the 4 districts encompasses a swath of every important demographic, which is generally based on race. So I want to encourage people to think about that, because I think each of the city council members, they do have everyone at heart. And if we segregate the direct representation by something that looks a lot like race, I think we'll lose that. And I feel that the city council is pretty cohesive. And I've never gotten this feeling that any city council member looks to this or that group of people as their interest. And I really want to encourage San Bruno to not divide itself and have that as a net result, because we feel, at least I feel, this is forced upon us. I recognize maybe we need to do it anyway, but you know, I think really have to pause and go, well, maybe the obvious thing isn't the right thing. So that's what I would recommend. People take a look at the maps and the data. On a different point, I don't have any idea how these elections are going to work. I can't see how a person could run for mayor and a district. Would you get elected to one, not the other? I just have no idea how the mechanics would work that makes sense. It seems like you'd have to either designate, I want to be in this district, but not that one, in which you're selecting where you want to represent versus other people who might want you to represent them. So I could appreciate some clarification on that, how the elections will actually take place. Thanks very much. Have a good evening and stay safe.
Thank you, and same to you. Can we go back to Robert, please?
Yes, just one moment. Okay, Robert, trying again. Let's see if we can hear you.
You're very faint.
I can't hear him at all.
How's this?
Be better.
A little better, yes.
A little bit, okay.
Yeah.
So my question, a couple of questions is this, do we have a tentative date of when this is going to be completed, number one? Number two is this way people will know who's going to be representing them. Obviously, we don't know yet, but we're pretty close to who's going to be doing it. And the third part, after knowing that, if for whatever reason that in each district people decide that the person who is representing them is not conducive of what they're asking or what they want, my question would be, because of the mayor being kind of the odd person out at this time until the public goes over and does a charter or we start rotating the mayor's position, is the mayor going to step in as a somewhat mediator, if you will, or referee, or are we just going to go with whatever this person says?
Robert, are you done speaking?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And again, I appreciate everybody's input. And again, everybody has one opportunity to speak. And I'm going to ask for, once again, any members of the community that wish to speak to raise your hand. This will be the last time for those who have not had an opportunity yet. And City Clerk, if you can call our next speaker.
Jennifer Blanco. Hey, Jennifer, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Melissa. Hello, good evening, council members, mayor, and members of our community who are listening into and engaged in this very important topic in our community. I just wanted to make mention of and speak on the green and orange maps. I just know that the east side of San Bruno, whether it's east side of El Camino or east side of the tracks, that's a community that has been marginalized and underrepresented for many years. And I just like the maps, the green and the orange maps, for this one main reason. And keeping this district 4, this area, San Bruno, together will keep this population of folks here as a cohesive voting group. And I had a question for the demographers. When you spoke about and made reference of the cultural makeup of our community, I didn't hear anything about the Polynesian population or community. And I do remember attending the second public hearing, and I was just a little concerned about the level of outreach to our marginalized and underrepresented communities, and most particularly the non-English speaking population of our community. And so I was just wondering if you might be able to, maybe not at this meeting, maybe perhaps at the next meeting, just give some sort of brief report regarding the outcome of your level of outreach to this population of our community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. You all have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. You have a good evening as well. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this topic? Once we close public hearing, not have that opportunity. Seeing no other hands up at this time, can I have action from the council to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Salazar Medina, motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're going to bring it back to council because we are being asked. Oh, let's go back to some of the, because I think some of the questions just to the whole structure of the process. And my colleagues will help me. Let's go from what I had is about the culture makeup in the Polynesian community. Can that be addressed at all from our last speaker, Blanco?
Hi, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Let's turn that question to Kristen Barks of NDC to talk about the demographic analysis of the census data and the specific racial makeup within the city. And then, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to sort of elevate that question after Kristen, because I think there was a lot of comments on community outreach and outreach to different communities where English may not be the primary language.
I would appreciate that, and that I think would take care of some of the other questions that circled around that. Thank you. So we'll start with Ms. Parks, and then we'll go to the city manager.
Yeah, so if you are looking at the PDFs for each of the plans, there is a demographic analysis, and it breaks down each of the districts by race and ethnicity according to the 2020 census, and then also breaks down race and ethnicity according to citizen voting age population, which we use sort of as our proxy for eligible voters. That data doesn't come from the 2020 census. It comes from a 2015 to 2019 survey done annually by the Census Bureau. It's what used to be called the long-form census. And so if we look at the city of San Bruno, we present the data from the 2020 census, and we present only the top 4 categories for race and ethnicity. So we present Hispanic, non-Hispanic white, non-Hispanic black, and Asian American. However, when you look at that, it doesn't always add up to 100%. So what I'm looking, that's because there are the other categories after the top 4 that are not on that summary. So we do have that other data from the 2020 census, and I'm happy to prepare it for the next meeting to pull in some of the other categories, because we do have a category for Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. So we don't have that, like I said, we usually just do the 4 most populous groups. I'll also say, before I pass it over to, on the outreach, that state law is mandating that cities do provide outreach in whatever languages their county is providing ballots in. So for San Bruno, we are legally required to provide at least Spanish and Chinese outreach. And I'll just note that we are going above and beyond that with additional languages, I believe.
Thank you, Kristen. And while you were talking, we pulled up the city's districting website and one of the PDF documents. And so I believe what you were saying is that there is census data and population information. You displayed it in the top 4 categories, but you have the data to break down, let's say, Pacific Islander, which in this presentation is combined with Asian, correct?
Yeah, and I'll note that it is combined with Asian on the citizen voting age population. It is not combined with Asian on the 2020 census data. It's just omitted. So we can bring that in if there is an interest in that. It is going to be, it is going to, in terms of percentages, it may not give you a lot of information because it may just be 1% in all of them. But those raw numbers are there, behind the scenes.
Thank you. And with regard to the questions about public outreach and engagement, I really think it's important to step back a little bit and step on the balcony. And it's important to note that the city employed a robust public engagement process. totally understandable that now we have draft maps and people that may not have been paying attention have been paying attention. But it's important to point out that a dedicated website was created. Weekly social media posts went out. This to me is the only engagement session that when it was in person, they were translated in Spanish, Cantonese, and Mandarin. All of the recordings, English, Spanish, Cantonese, and Mandarin, remain on the city's website for those workshops. There was a mall kiosk, there were flyers, there were public notices, there were articles in the city manager's newsletter, there was associated meetings with the Lions and the Rotary. It was on the marquee at El Camino Real and San Mateo Avenue. There was print and digital media, a number of press releases to the media. And so I just want the community and the council to know that there very much was a robust community engagement effort, frankly far and above what we've done for other efforts. And we hired Tri-50 Smith to conduct all of those and to really focus on our community engagement. And what we've heard from our demographic consultant is we've had more engagement, albeit multiple individuals submitted multiple maps. But it's often true that the real community engagement into these districting processes begin when there are draft maps available, right? And so we're at that point now where we have draft maps available, and the opportunity for the public to submit draft maps and comment is not over. There's actually a second period that is going on now, and that deadline is February 8th. So any member of the public that is learning about this process for the first time, know that the final decision is nowhere near being made, and there's still time to submit a map to be considered by your city council.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I'll try to merge a couple. I think it was some questions on how do the elections work? What are the mechanics of them? So as we look to the elections of 2022, how does that work? And with the charter consideration, which is another topic, but I think people are, how do you know who represents you? When is the tentative date when completed? Kind of all comes together. I know it's a lot into one, but those are some of the questions from a couple. Who can assist me in that? City manager?
Yeah.
And
I'm happy to.
Take it away, Kristen.
Thank you. So one thing that the public should be aware of is that none of the terms of the current council members or the mayor will be changed by this process. So what we have right now is the office of mayor and 2 council seats up for election in 2022. That will not be changed by districting. The remaining 2 council seats up for election in 2024. So what that means is you won't be re-electing the entire council in 2022. There will still only be 2 seats. It will be 2 districts, and which districts will they be will be determined by which map is adopted. So as part of this process, we will, once we are looking at a narrower set of maps, we will be discussing, okay, for this map, what is the most logical election year to assign to District 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And so that will be an important part of this discussion, but we are not changing. It's important to understand there's no one's terms are changing, right? Currently, you only are electing 2 of the council members, at a time. So that's not going to change. The 4 districts, it'll be 2 districts up this November, and the 2 remaining districts will be in 2024, and there will be no changes made to the mayoral cycle by this process. So I know that can be that's vague, and oftentimes when we're talking about a specific map and we want to say, okay, well, this map, we want the District 1, 2, 3, and 4. Some of the maps, I don't know if I included that, But what was interesting was in talking with city staff, you know, when you're assigning the districts to election years, there's not necessarily a clear right or wrong way to do that. So that what assignment of election year is to each district may be part of the conversation and decision made by council.
The city manager?
Yes, it's also worth noting that there was a question around 5 districts. And it's important to sort of pause on that point because members of the community and certainly the city council knows that staff was directed in November 2021 to look at a potential ballot measure for November 22, the upcoming general election, where the community may be asked to transition San Bruno's city council electoral process to a 5-district process where the mayor rotates. And so staff has that direction, staff is doing that research, and staff will provide that information to the city council for a decision if that question should be placed on the November 22 ballot. It is not possible to convert to 5 districts through this process. The city of San Bruno's directly elected mayor process was adopted by voters in 1973. If it changes, it has to be changed by the voters. Given the timing on when information needs to be submitted to the county for districting, we cannot, even if the city wanted to, put that question before voters in June in the primary election. And so this entire process that we are undertaking is a 4-district directly elected mayor model. It may occur, should the city council decide, that in November 22, the question of shifting San Bruno's process to a 5-district model where the mayor rotates will also be on the ballot. Let's say that it's on the ballot and it passes. That will shift prospectively. And so when the public goes to the ballot box in November 24, the structure then will be a 5-district structure. And so on the November 22 ballot, should the city council complete this process in district, there will be 2 council districts and the mayor's election. And the mayor has a 2-term election. That is the process we're talking about now. And we will bring forward information to get confirmation on if the city council wants to ask the public the question of converting to 5 districts in November 22.
And just clarity, it's and it's fine. I understand you meant 2-year, not 2 terms. So the mayor's in the city, based on passage by the vote of the people, is a 2-year term, where council members are a 4-year term.
That is correct.
Thank you, City Manager. I do appreciate that very much. Also, there was questions whether we were going to be commenting. On the agenda, it says provide direction to staff and city's independent. So that will be our next round. Final decision was asked, and I think you've already answered about all the seats being up. Final decision will be here at the council level. As far as that, please always correct me if I'm incorrect in what I'm saying. I think one was about the demand letter, which is a fair question. You know, how can somebody who's down south in southern of the state then send a letter and sue and then have these changes made? I've also have had many people say our city is too small for us to even venture to this process. I want to remind my colleagues in the community that, you know, Burlingame received the letter. Millbrae received the letter. They are half our size. So the population element, Half Moon Bay is in this, Menlo Park, etc. And so Belmont is doing this. So a lot of people have received those letters. I think someone, what did he call it, kind of looking, you know, basically taking advantage of an opportunity. And I'm going to say that that's possibly yes, right? You send a letter and then you receive monies and there's lawyer fees and what have you. So that's why we're here today. Many of our communities in this county have received letters. some fought. Some then retracted to say it's costing us way too much in legal fees for our community, and yet the chances of us being victorious are rare. So is there anything else you, City Manager, want to add in regards to just the about the Sioux letter and, you know, of that other than what I said? Help bring that to clarity.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just on...
I apologize. I should turn to the attorney on this.
That's all right.
Mr. City Attorney.
No problem. Just in quick response to that very last question. So state law actually authorizes interested members of the public to submit those letters and file suit under the California Voting Rights Act. And there are specific provisions that allow those letters to be sent essentially by anybody. So that's the reason for that.
Okay. Appreciate that. Colleagues, I think I gotten most through the questions, and then let me turn it back to my colleagues. And first we'll go to Councilman Medina.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think there was a question about what can the mayor run for one seat and in a different district, and basically I think the answer is the mayor a person could only run for either a council member seat or the mayoral seat. So you can't run for both. And the mayor will continue to be voted across by the entire city. So I think that kind of answers that question from how I heard it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Hamilton.
There was also a question about, if I was interpreting it correctly, it was, you know, if you've got a council member representing this district and another one representing this district, and they're at odds, does the mayor act as a referee? It's important for everybody to understand that this process is for how the council, the full council, including the mayor, is elected. It's as far as once the council is seated, there's no difference to how we conduct our business, and all of the items that come before us are voted on by all 5 of the council members. So this whole process is about making sure that all of our communities are represented in the election in order to make up the body of the city council, to have it reflect the community, so that the 5 members of the city council can work together on every decision across the whole city. So I just wanted to make sure we covered that.
Thank you. And as we know, people have that understanding that an elected mayor is maybe like San Francisco or San Jose. The elected mayor of this community, like any mayor, rotated or not, has the equal voting authority, the equal seat at the table of 1 of 5. So it is no different than that. So let's bring it back to colleagues for additional comments or questions. Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also make a correction. There was a comment about the east side being unrepresented, and I think that in this case, we've had 2 members of the council represent the east side for many years, and I think the area that has not been represented has actually really largely been Rollingwood. So I am glad to see a candidate that is stepping up to run. But I think with that said, I am curious to know, based on just the statistics around incumbencies and how difficult it is to beat an incumbent, if our consultants have any background or any statistics on whether that has changed for cities who have moved to districting.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor Mason. Let me take that and then I'll turn it over to Kristen Parks. It's important to note that the place of residence or the district that current incumbent council members may reside in cannot be considered in this process. And so we have not presented that information, and in fact the city council cannot consider that. And the legal criteria that Ms. Parks did describe on slide 6 of her presentation, which is in large measure federal law with respect to population deviation and no more than a 10% deviation, compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act, prevention of racial gerrymandering, and then California state law ensuring demographic continuity of districts, minimizing division of neighborhoods and communities of interest, maintaining compactness, and not favoring or discriminating against one political party. And so we recognize that there are a number of questions with regard to how the electoral process would work, what districts would be up first, and council gets to make that decision. We purposely did not present that information in this first public hearing of the draft maps because we really wanted to center the conversations on those discussions that are compliant with federal and state law around how the maps need to be chosen. Absolutely, there are a number of decisions that will have to be made by the city council of what districts are up for re-election first. And in a 4-district model, there will be 2 districts up for re-election. And we saw in the various maps that where those districts are versus where our current council members are will change. But we can't consider that. But what the city council will be able to make a decision on is what 2 districts are up for re-election first. And that decision will come in the latter phases of this process. And each map actually has a recommended election sequence on them provided by the consultant to support you in making that decision. And so, Kristen, please expound.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jovan. I really don't have an answer to this question. And one of the reasons that I don't think that there's an answer to this question about incumbency after the transition to districts is because some strange things happen when you transition into districts. So, for example, if you make this transition and say you have a district with 2 current council members in that same district, one's term ends in 2022, one's term ends in 2024, and if that district were chosen to be a 2024 election district, what's going to happen is the member of the council whose term ends in 2022 is going to have to exit office in 2022. They can come back when that district is up in 2024, but they can't run as an incumbent. So that's one of the sort of weird districting things that happens, right? That makes it hard for us to know the answer to this question about what happens with incumbents, because sometimes there are going to be people who otherwise we would think of as an incumbent, but they're not able to run on the ballot as such. So
yeah,
I will ask my team if there's more information on this that others are aware of. But
yeah, and the reason I asked the question, though, is actually not so much if you have 2 council members, because again, you know, we're not supposed to really consider ourselves in this situation, but it's more along the lines of for cities that are not large, that don't have a rotating mayor, you really could essentially end up with a system wherein you have a mayor and you have a council member that are in the same district for many years, right, unless somebody stands up to run against them, wherein they based on a 4-district model, plus a mayor, each get 20% of the vote, making one district having 40% of the vote for every decision made until somebody runs and wins against them or they step down. And so it would help me understand this better if that could be fleshed out, since we are the only city with the at-large elected mayor. And we are, I think most of us are aware of the rate of incumbency being challenged and the rate of individuals who stay in office. So I'd like to better understand that representation and how the fairness spreads to the other districts. Understanding, by the way, that the goal and the hope is that every council member wants to serve the entire city. We get that. But the reality is that now you're being elected by your district, right? So for the council member. And I think it's just a reality that I'd like to understand better.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question, and I'm sorry it's not one that's easy to answer, but I think just the fact that you're raising it has a tremendous value, and I do want to emphasize that to whatever extent we can have some specific direction on the draft map options that I presented this evening, that would be very beneficial to us going forward, so thank you.
Yeah, and that's tying all my questions together. That's why I asked the question earlier about the 2022 and 2024. I do wonder if it makes sense to, once we have the information and the council makes a determination whether to put rotating mayor on the ballot in 2022, then you have clear direction to the public in 2024 on whether you're going to have 4 or 5 districts, as opposed to potentially placing this item on the ballot in 2022. And let's say that maybe the public does say that they want a rotating mayor, then you're going to have to go back to the public and re-explain to the public why we're moving to 5 districts. And I just think that it is going to confuse the public. And if that ballot measure should go through and doesn't pass, then it doesn't matter, right? Because we're already at the 4-district conversation. But I think that this is confusing, as it is to any reasonable person. And I do get concerned that we are moving, not really thinking through all the different aspects and the different outcomes that could happen. Just as in the beginning, there's a decision made by a consensus of the council without knowing, the demographics moving into this. So I do get a little concerned not having all the information and that we're moving without considering something that might end up on the ballot in November 2022 that will impact the future of the districting for San Bruno.
Any other comments by colleagues? Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So I have a question about how we will proceed in terms of narrowing down our options. So I kind of watched what the county did with their maps, and they were sort of reduced down. I know a lot of our maps look very, very similar. So, and there's still another round of maps coming. So, are we going to basically thumbs up and thumbs down on every map, or will we get some help from our professional folks in identifying which ones are more or less duplicates and eliminating those as we move forward?
Sure. Yeah, so I actually already eliminated a duplicate that was submitted, so that didn't even make it to you. But yes, and we'll help you identify those themes and answer questions about the divisions of the communities of interest. But ultimately, rather than giving a thumbs up or thumbs down on every single map, oftentimes we recommend that each member of the council will identify, their 2 or 3 top maps of what's been submitted, or on the converse, sometimes what actually plays out is that we see members of the council, if anything really jumped out to you and you see, okay, well, these 3 maps are dividing, a community of interest that is, very significant in the city, that you might raise that concern so that those maps are flagged in that way, and you may prefer ones that don't divide that community. So that's usually how we see this proceed. The way the county worked was a bit different because they had a commission with like 14 members or something and a very limited amount of time. So the other thing I would suggest is if you're looking at the Ndc Maps and you may see one that you like, but you want to change 1 or 2 things on it, you can request that, and I can go back and look at the numbers and see what that change might look like to come back at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And through the mayor, to follow up on Councilmember Salazar's question, the goal for tonight was to present the draft maps and then also engage the city council in a dialogue to determine if the city council was ready to focus in on any of the maps and maybe select a subset. And so we can begin that process should the mayor or the council desire. And the recommendation that I would proffer is that we begin by having a dialogue around the maps by group as presented by NDC. And so you'll remember that of the 9 public maps that were population, balanced, and contiguous, NDC divided those into 3 groups. And then they provided their maps, which is another 3 maps. And so if the city council would like to have dialogue around the maps in particular, I think we should talk about them by group. Maybe there's a group that the city council would like to not focus on, and so then we would narrow our focus around the subset that remains.
Quick question. I know there's another deadline upcoming, and there are more maps that have been submitted that yet have not been presented, and they'll be presented after the second deadline. I wonder, does this give the community any thought like, well, they're already kind of focusing on a direction, so why bother? That's the only thing that's coming to my mind, and I'm not trying to stop dialogue or the process. I'm just wondering if that doesn't give somebody potentially the wrong impression. City Manager?
Yeah. I would say that that is quite possible. The process can work where the city council can narrow the maps if there was a map submitted or map submitted that the city council wanted to really say, you know, we don't think those maps are appropriate because of X. We would certainly take that feedback. If the city council would like to leave the 9 maps that are balanced and contiguous with the 3 maps that the consultant considered and add any additional maps to that and narrow the focus down at the next meeting, which is scheduled for February 25th, I believe. We can have that conversation there. But tonight's meeting was agendized with the opportunity for the city council to focus on a subset of maps. But in turn, you can decide to not focus on any of the maps in particular and just continue to take public input for the next meeting and address those maps at that time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Councilor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I share that same thought that if we're narrowing down already and we're still asking people to turn their maps in, it's kind of doesn't make sense. That I would prefer that we could go ahead and comment on the maps. I intend to. I think that was one of the questions that was asked. You know, will the council comment on the maps submitted? And I have no problem doing that. But for the question now of how do we want to proceed, if we're going to continue to allow the public to turn in maps, then I would prefer to keep it open with not narrowing it down yet. That's the first thing I want to talk about. I'll let the colleagues go around. I will comment on this part where when you're taking, and I am from the east side, I'm near the heart, it's in the heart, and splitting the east side north and south, that seems like it's really dividing the community of interest. So that's kind of just my first reaction to it. At the same time, when you think, well, you might have 2 council members now from the east side based on the maps in the districts, and it's like, well, yeah, but you're splitting up that community. So
on because it's a really interesting process. But my feeling is that we can comment on them, but I think we should leave it open, and that we'll take everyone and to encourage people to turn them in, and that's the way to go forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I agree with the sentiment that if we start narrowing down maps here, we might discourage folks from submitting additional maps. So I'm not in favor of doing that part of it. I agree with Councilmember Medina. Certainly we can comment on the maps as was asked, and make some general comments and stuff. But I'm not in favor of reducing any maps at this time. We'll do that process in the next meeting when we have all the maps.
Councilmember Salazar.
So I was looking at maps that were submitted after the last deadline. It looks like there's 6, 7, 3 of them are Jeremy's, and all of them are basically duplicates. And to be perfectly honest, no matter how I try to slice and dice it, there's very few ways that you can evenly divide San Bruno with only a 10% variation in size. And my focus was on trying to find geographic barriers that made communities pretty much isolated, and that to me seems to be an important way to define how those common interests sort of gel around a community. Right? If you're near train tracks, that's a uniting factor. If you're near a freeway, it's a uniting factor. Where you are relative to El Camino, these things are important, and but you can't use those natural dividers in a way that works for these maps. So I kind of gave up on that. One of those layer cake maps was mine, and again, I had the same idea. Let every district span the entire east-west range of San Bruno, and you can almost do that with four maps that go straight across. The problem with that is that the rules say that you have to keep them compact, and you can't choose an area that's farther away over an area that's closest. So those clearly violate what we're supposed to do. So pretty much leave us with, roughly, you start with an X in the middle of the city, and then you grow those up to where they all start matching. And there's some variation, but some things don't change. And I agree. I looked at a couple where the east side is split, and one consideration I had there was most of our future growth is going to happen, and we don't know when that's going to happen. It could be after the next census or right around the time of the next census when we're going to do this again anyway. So maybe that doesn't matter, but all of our planned growth could potentially be in one district. And so over time, that one district will be extremely bloated and extremely concentrated, while the other ones will probably not grow very much because it's all infill, all single-family homes in the other districts, and so they're not going to grow as fast. We kind of know that. I don't think that's a consideration we can make in this, but just in thinking of that future, what will happen in each of these districts, I thought there might be some benefit in, dividing what's within our transit corridors in the Tan Fran area where we know we want to impose that growth. So that would be the only one advantage I could think of trying to divide that area. I also considered the fact that, because we have so many considerations about east versus west, having more representation, or at least equal representation on both sides of El Camino, could be an important thing in keeping the interests balanced. So, again, something to consider. I don't know. It looks like that may go counter to having in keeping our Hispanic vote or concentration up, because that may divide it, and that seems to be pretty evenly spread across everything in what's largely referred to as that eastern district. So again, more considerations. So all this very long-winded way of saying, I agree. I don't want to discourage anyone else from submitting more maps, but at the same time, I don't want to look at a lot more of the same maps. I think we're going to get a lot more of the same maps. And at a minimum, I think we could provide a little more little more information so that people that are interested in doing maps can understand why certain maps are better than others and not, and at least have a discussion around what we would consider when we get a map from the public, and so then people don't waste their time submitting any more layer cakes, because we know the layer cakes aren't going to work. And if there are areas that we know, for instance, the rolling everything up in the northwestern corner of the city, that's kind of set, and the borders could adjust slightly. Some it could be slightly more to the east, maybe slightly more to the south, but by and large, you're not going to change that one very much. So, if we kind of agree that stays, and then we focus on what happens in the areas that have more variability, maybe we can have people focus on those areas. Unless there's something compelling happening up, along around Fleetwood or around Sneath that people are really interested in preserving, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. So definitely don't want to discourage anyone, but at the same time, let's start moving towards something, and if we could provide the public more information on what constraints we're going to be looking at, it may help them narrow down what they submit.
Thank you, Councilmember Salazar. And I think that is something too. I'm kind of getting consensus that as far as elimination of maps, not to do so. But also, I think that is the other sentiment. Like Simon or Mr. Mazzola, he brought up, like, hey, think of the process. About having each district represent throughout this community. And there are a lot of those sentiments. But I think what's important for the community to understand is what is not allowed. Because it's not about what map is better or not. Everybody's got their rationale. But it's like, what can we review and actually make that in our basis for our decision? So that folks, somebody wanted 7 districts. Well, that's not on the table. So that won't occur, candidly. So I don't know if it's helpful for us very quickly to just give a summarization of those things that are important or essential, not important, but essential, that qualify for a map to be considered, so that people can focus on those elements and try to do that, shall we say, global picture of the map. Hopefully that makes sense. It may not have. Either city manager or Ms. Parks.
So we are happy to support the city council to go through the groupings that NDC created and take feedback around there. I think we've heard 2 things: a desire to not toss out any of the maps and just make it very clear that all of the maps that have been submitted are still up for consideration, but with providing council's comments around what maps, the features of each map that may be more appropriate given the demographics of the city, may provide a little clarity to the public, because we're sort of at the 10,000 foot level, and we'll come down really close to the 1,000 foot level. And so if there is a type or types of maps that the city council is gravitating towards, that information may be helpful, because it may refine the type of maps that you receive by the second submittal date of February 8th. Is that a fair summary? And I think we've heard comments around that. The group 1, which we're referring to as the layered date, where you have districts spanning from west to east or east to west. And Kristen, if you can bring up your slide 15, it may be helpful to have the conversation with that up. And so that group 1, as those group 1 maps have the 4 districts really spanning from a east to west or west to east. And I think the general feedback that we've heard from the city council is, when we look at our communities of interest, and there was some talk around both east of El Camino Real and the Skyline College, Rollingwood, Fleetwood area, making sure that those communities of interest were kept together. And this east to west map certainly does not do that when you look at east of El Camino.
Let's go to Councilmember Hamilton, please.
Yeah, my comment on this group one, this concept of doing it this way, is that, and it goes back to the comment I was making earlier, that the purpose of this is how we elect, not how we govern. Because yes, you can certainly make the argument that when both of these maps, you have, three council members representing the east side, but in reality, you have 5 members of the council representing the east side, because again, this process is for how we get elected, not where our interest lies. If we go to district elections, I'm not going to stop caring about downtown. I'm not going to stop caring about the east side. I'm not going to stop caring about Rollingwood. It's still, we're still responsible as individual council members and as a body for the entire city. And by dividing the map in this way, you're actually diluting the vote and potentially making it harder for a community of interest to get the representation that they want on the council and having a voice. That's how I'm looking at it, this particular group.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Curious, should we be looking at all at the larger, I liked what Councilmember Salazar said earlier around when he was trying to make the maps, he was looking at the transit corridor plan. I'm just wondering along those lines, should we be thinking about recusals as well? Because current council members might not be the current council members in the future, right? But is there any way to know whether, for example, YouTube, San Fran, I'm just thinking of the big ones, and probably Crestmore at some point. Is there any thought that should be given to that, or is that just something that wherever the council member lives, whoever the council member is at the time, it's considered then, not now?
So, please, I would say when you are thinking of recusals, it's almost inherent in the districting process that you may have fewer recusals because the place of residence of individual council members will be in districts, right? Whereas in a directly elected model, you could have many council members, if not all council members, living very close to the transit corridors area or a specific development and may be conflicted. And so it really depends on the specific development and the specific place of residence and where those district boundaries are. But in general, for when you have districts, there may be fewer recusals, with the caveat being that a recusal is not just for the place of residence, it's for a financial interest, right? And so a council member may have another property or a business outside of their district and need to recuse themselves. And so, and again, the 4-district, 5-district model, it sort of runs the same.
Okay. And I would just say, just for direction, I'm not interested in taking any maps out at this time. I think we should just wait until the deadline and then really take a look at the entire universe that we're supposed to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's clear all 5 have said take no maps out. I think the manager's asking us, do we want to take them in the segments that were presented and give any feedback on those at this time? And that's the question posed to us, whether to proceed forward with that. So I'd like to get my colleagues whether they do or do not.
I would say that it's probably helpful to categorize somehow. So yeah, if they're falling into some sort of natural grouping, then I think that helps.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I think that's helpful, and in fact, I just gave my feedback on group 1, so that's what I thought we were doing.
Good. So I want to try to get us all on the same page. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I'll go.
kind of brought that up a little bit. It seems counterintuitive that we're going to split up the east side. I kind of am interested in hearing what our consultant thinks about that. Is it not only is it the community of interest, but it's like what do residents in a district have in common? Is that fair to use that way of thinking and making this decision? That's my question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's hard for the consultant to ever tell you which community of interest may be more important than another, but it is quite obvious that we are hearing that there is a community of interest on the east side here. And I will say that the California state law is not telling us that it recommends that we consider minimizing division of communities of interest. It's saying that, in fact, in order of importance, that is the second most important thing. And I would just caution other considerations from superseding community of interest considerations, because we know that there will be lawsuits brought under the Fair Maps Act, and they haven't been yet, so we don't know, but we are actually legally required to the best of our ability, minimize the division of communities of interest. So if we're talking about, I think to Councilmember Hamilton's point, a layer cake model is almost, if the idea behind it is to make every district the same, then we're really not following the intent here of the Fair Maps Act. So we do need to consider our neighborhoods and communities of interest.
Right. Okay. So do we need to continue commenting on this part, or I guess I'm sorry, it's Vice Mayor Mason's turn.
Oh no, I don't have my hand up. I'm in agreement with my fellow council members, if that's what you're looking for. Thank you.
Okay, so I take it we're going to give some feedback. Is that's what I'm hearing? Mr. Councilmember Hamilton did that for the first slide that we had. Maybe we can bring the slide back up, please. Thank you. There we go. That's group one, east-west focus. Mr. Hamilton had his comments made. Councilmember Salazar, I think you put a lot of it together, but would you say that your comments were listed within there for group one?
Yeah, I think I made my point where I think there's some compelling reasons, but there's also, this also violates part of what the intent is. So I understand why we wouldn't want to go with one of these. So just in terms of general guidance to the public and creating any more newer maps, try to avoid the layer cake, I would say.
Okay, Mr. Medina, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Medina or Vice Mayor Mason?
I agree that the layers break up that community of interest.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, I think I missed the question. What's the question?
We're offering feedback on the slide before us, which is group one. We've heard from the other colleagues at this point what their thoughts are.
But, feedback in terms of direction on... I'm sorry, I don't understand what we're being asked to do.
Well, nothing's being eliminated, so we already know that. But it was for us to give some direction to staff as far as on the east-west focus. You've heard from the consultant about the meeting requirements and what have you. So is this something that you are favoring? Is this something you think may not be that because to meet the map requirements and et cetera? If there's more clarity and maybe I'm not articulating it best, I can ask the city manager.
Well, through the mayor, I think all we're asking here is just, we're looking at these as groups, as just basic philosophies for how maps are being drawn. And do we have any comments on this particular style?
Oh,
this particular.
Beautiful. Thank you.
okay,
Council.
thank you. No, I actually would rather see all the maps before I comment on any of them. Thank you.
Okay, so we're bringing them up in groups. So this is group 1. So they're going to go to the next group. So do you have no comment on group 1?
I don't want to comment on any of them until I see all of them. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to group 2, please. Group 2, I'm sorry, go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask if you would like me to facilitate the conversation with council through group 2 and group 3.
No, I'm good, but I appreciate it. But maybe what I would appreciate, like, just give whoever wants to give a little summarization to group 2 to remind us, and then we'll go through council.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that we see similar districts in the northern part of the city here. We see a District 1 around the Skyline area, and then we see another district, even though in the map on the top it's 2 and the map on the bottom it's 4, they're really taking part of the northern part of the city and then a little bit of the eastern part. But what you see in the middle here is that both of these maps drew districts that cross 280. So really when I was looking at these maps, those were the two things I saw in common, right? Their approach to the northern part and that both of them were willing to cross 280 in the drawing of districts. So maybe this isn't really as obviously cohesive of a group of maps, but they did not fit into either of the other groups.
Councilmember Salazar.
I was just going to comment that all of the NDC maps, green, purple, and orange, also all cross 280, and there's no way that you can get enough voters staying on that side for that southern Crestmore area. You have to cross it at some point, either at the north or the south. I think some of these, the bottom one crosses in the middle, the other one crosses at the bottom, but it's really hard to avoid it to get the number of voters or residents that you need in each of the districts. So I think these are pretty typical, though, of a lot of the other ones that we're going to see. The only interesting or unique thing is, I think, where these combine that eastern district with a piece of the northern district. It doesn't really get around the concern I had with future growth, because that's still contained within both of those northeast corners of the city. But I think these are a little closer to a typical map that we're going to see.
Other comments by colleagues who wish to offer? Councilmember Hamilton, please.
Just one comment on this one. This style of map does divide the east side again, not into 3, but into 2. So it's a little better. But that's the thing that kind of leaps out at me when looking at this style of map. And some of the lines that are like in the top map dividing 3 and 4, or in the bottom map dividing 2 and 3, are pretty arbitrary, going right through neighborhoods. So that seems to be dividing communities of interest in my, potentially.
Any other council member wishing to comment on Group 2 at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Councilmember Medina.
I didn't raise my hand this time. I was just waiting.
No worries.
Yeah, it's not as fragmented, but it's an improvement from the previous group. So I do have a question, though, because how does future development, like if there was a large project and the 10% was changed, do we have to change the maps then, or how does growth affect ongoing elections?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So the census only occurs every 10 years, and redistricting only happens every 10 years. So usually that is the opportunity when you capture growth changes. As we all saw, California has not been growing as rapidly as it has been in the past. But in some of our cities, we know that the growth is concentrated in very, very sort of perhaps small areas of our cities. So we are legally allowed to take that into consideration with this process, but I would really caution that you don't take it into consideration at this point, because we really would only want to take it into consideration in the sense of maybe 1 or 2% underpopulating a district that we know is going to have a lot of new growth, but not necessarily in where the boundary lines. It's sort of a not even a secondary, but more like a tertiary consideration, right? We can talk about it. We may not want to overpopulate by, a district that we think is going to have a lot of growth. We may not want to overpopulate it by 5% deviation above the ideal size, right? So that's where it would come into play. It's really just on the margins.
Mr. Mayor, maybe later on. So right now, that fine tuning with the growth should occur later. Is that a different way of saying it? Or?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other council member at this time wish to comment? I wanted to go back. I'm sorry, on group one, I didn't say anything. On group one, I concur with sentiment that I heard from my other colleagues, so I just wanted to catch up a little bit. We are at group 3. A little summary, and then...
Kristen, will you provide an overview?
Yes, I'm sorry. So group 3 are the public maps that are drawing one district entirely east of El Camino. That's the main thing that these maps have in common. The Ndc Maps also could fit into this category, but I have separated them.
Thank you. Any comments from colleagues? Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, raise my hand this time. So yeah, this is where it's really, I did a number of maps, but I never submitted one. I just to be able to familiarize myself with how it works, and it's pretty much what I concluded was east of El Camino, there's just too many people that you can't do it without splitting it up a little bit, and that's what these maps show, and it's very interesting how people view that. So I just wanted to share that. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton.
I have pretty much the exact same sentiment here that Councilmember Medina had. One thing that these seem to have in common, or at least most of them do, that we did see in a lot of the other maps, is that it's also looking to keep rolling wood together. There's been a few that, in the effort to keep things balanced or whatever, put a piece of rolling wood into another district, which I think is something we would try to avoid if possible on whatever map we settle on. But other than that, Marty covered my points. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members on group 3? Councilmember Salazar.
I would just say again that these next group of maps are all going to be very similar, and where we start seeing the divergence between the maps is really in just what street you pick as a boundary, and whether you choose to spill over, top, middle, bottom of the map. That's, I think, where we're going to end up having our most interesting discussions, because, like I said before, there's really not a lot of ways to evenly divide the city, and all these maps sort of so you can kind of push here, shove there, but they all end up looking more or less the same. And I haven't really got into the details of the all the statistics that are associated with each one, but at least the ones I did look at, there's not a lot of variance there either. So it'll be interesting on getting to that final map and deciding where those streets need to be drawn. I think Councilmember Medina made an interesting point that we don't want random streets selected. We want to make sure that it's at least we're choosing a main street to split out, so it's more or less obvious, and you don't want people to be confused about what district they live in.
I'm seeing no other hands up. Yeah, I would concur with the sentiments. I learned early on as a young man doing a newspaper route. It was very interesting to me by Alameda Park, San Juan. On one side it's San Bruno. You cross the street, it becomes Millbrae, and I was finding that interesting when having to deliver. But the point of it is saying what Councilmember Medina said, which Mr. Salazar reiterated, was you kind of want to have main things, not something where it divides like that, to where one side is in one, another side is in two. So yeah, excellent point on those. Thank you for the comments and going through each of the groups. City Manager, does that give you some feedback from us that may assist?
Yes, I think we have sufficient feedback, and we'll proceed to the next step. Jennifer Netwig, can I ask you to bring up your slide 11 just so we can have the outreach information up on the screen? Because the next public hearing is our public hearing number 4, scheduled for February 22nd. And the second draft version of the maps are due on February 8th at 5 p.m. So I'm not seeing that slide come on the screen.
I am working on it. One moment. Apologies.
So one more back. So again, we would like to request the community to stay engaged and go to the city's website, which is shown on the next slide, which is districtingsanbruno.org. There's a phone number there where you can call if you need help, as well as a dedicated email address where you can email a question and someone from the city's team will respond to you. And so thank you, City Council. Thank you, members of the public. We will continue to process through this effort and return to the City Council on February 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will conclude the public hearing. We will now move on to announcements and presentations. And just for colleagues and staff, after we get through announcements, presentations, and consent calendar, we will be taking a short recess before we get into the study session. Okay, let's begin. Item A, there was to be an update from the San Mateo Mosquito and Vector Control District. That will be moved to a future meeting and was not available at this time, but we appreciate the report that we will receive. Item B, issue proclamation announcing January 2022 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. There is a proclamation. I'll read just some of the whereases. And whereas human trafficking is a human rights violation and a violation of federal and state law, the FBI identifies California and the San Francisco Bay Area as an area of high prevalence for human trafficking. Victims often do not recognize their victimization, do not know that there is help available or where to seek assistance. And whereas the County of San Mateo has dedicated resources, including the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program, and has supported the efforts of the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association, and has partnered with other governmental and non-governmental organizations to identify and address human trafficking within San Mateo County. Now, therefore, I, Bruno Medina, Mayor of the City of San Bruno, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2022 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month and encourage the support of San Mateo County's effort in the fight against human trafficking. With that, we will move on to item C. The City of San Bruno has partnered with, what I'm going to ask is the city manager, because this is the last second thing, so I apologize to do that. I'm going to ask him to read this for the fact that I know staff has been trying to keep the community engaged and keeping all of us updated to the resources. And so I do want to thank staff for doing that. And if it's possible at City Hall, I'd like that item read. Please.
Sure, no problem, Mr. Mayor. Announcement 6C, the City of San Bruno has partnered with Curative to offer PCR COVID-19 testing at a test site located near Narita Plaza, or at Narita Plaza near City Hall, Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. through 4 p.m., excluding holidays. Appointments are required and can be made online at a web address, cur.tv/San Bruno, and there is a phone number, 888-702-9042. And that is the City of San Bruno's specific no-cost testing site here at City Hall. I know that was a lot of information. You can go to the city's website. The link is right there on the city's website. They are offering PCR tests and at this point 200 appointments a day. I was able to go on today and get an appointment for tomorrow for my son. And so PCR tests are available. We all hit a surge and there were lab delays and no local tests available. Thankfully, we are now out of that cycle, and as of earlier today, you could get a PCR test here at your local City Hall at no cost tomorrow, and there are additional tests available later on in the week.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you, and you did much better than I with great detail. And like I said, it is a thanks to staff for keeping this going and keeping the community abreast of it, and I really appreciate it. With that, we want to go into item D and also thank staff, but our hearts, staff, council, community, go out to the local Tonga community and their families affected by the devastating volcano eruption in Tonga. And as you know, we've all seen it on the news, and staff came forward, had some thoughts of to continue our motto of the city with the heart, and to continue on with what we try to do, which is help our community. The other thing is that some of us have reached out, and I know I've spoken to somebody back when it first initiated, which is, their mother and father lived there, but yet the communications were down. So it has been very trying and very daunting, but it is true that from the mayor, the vice mayor, the council, all the city staff are very much, it's in our thoughts and prayers with all of those that have been affected and are still waiting for information on how we can help more and how their loved ones are doing. So again, I want to thank staff again. Next, is there anybody from the community that wants to comment on any of the announcements or presentations? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented by earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested for a separate vote. Are there any items at this time that colleagues want for a separate vote? Seeing, okay, got it. Are there any items that council members want to have an additional comment or question? First, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. Just a question about, or a request for the C for the January minutes. December 14th minutes. And then a question about F, please.
I have C, December 14th, and F. Councilmember Hamilton, are there any additional ones other than C and F?
Item E, please.
You got it. Item E is word. Okay, so let's begin, if we may, to consent item C, and that's approval of the draft special and regular meeting minutes for the meetings of December 14th, 2021.
Thank you, and I want to apologize to the clerk because I tried to get this to you before the meeting, but I read it too soon before the meeting. I just wanted to ask, there is a comment under the comments. The way the minutes are written is that there are no current applications on file for the Culture and Arts Commission. And my recollection was that there were applications, but I believe one or two people had not responded, and then others had said that they were no longer interested. And there was council consensus to move forward. So I would just request that the minutes be reviewed again and updated to reflect what occurred. Understand that they're action minutes. The other two items do say that there was a consensus, and I do believe that there was a consensus on this particular item as well to move forward. So, and I also just want to make sure it's clear that there actually were applications, and I believe that there were reasons why those applications weren't going forward, or however you want to phrase it. But I just want to make sure it reflects what occurred at that meeting.
Okay. Is there any other council comment on that topic? I might ask to staff or whomever appropriate. I understood what the Vice Mayor was saying. However, I haven't gone back to proof that, and I don't know that you're asking for change to be stipulated within the minutes now. You were asking for it to go back and review and make sure that there's accuracy to what's within the minutes.
Right. So I think in the past, what we've done is the clerk has just told us that she'll go back and review the minutes and ensure that there's accuracy, and then we still vote on it the night of. That's what I would ask.
Okay. Well, and I get that. I'm just wondering if then we should pull December 14th because we're asking for a review that we're not going to see. It's the modifications to it. City Manager.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I recommend that we just pull the December 14th minutes. Staff will go back and take a look at the meeting record and update the minutes, just because it's not, at this moment, totally clear the change that we're going to make. So we can just not act on those tonight and bring them back at a later date.
Yeah, I would recommend that because I think everybody has the right to see its in entirety and it's posted to the public. So I don't think we need a separate motion if we're all in concurrence to just pull the December. Let's move on to item E, which was Councilmember Hamilton.
Yeah, I just...
I was going to read it real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Adopt a resolution declaring the continued state of local emergency, the need for the City Council and other legislative bodies, such to the M. Brown Act, to continue to teleconference in order to ensure the health and safety of the public pursuant to AB 361. Councilmember Hamilton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to pull this really quick. I'm going to vote yes. I support staying remote until conditions approve. But I just wanted to seek, make sure that the council has concurrence on the concept of having staff provide for both in-person and remote public comment for when we do eventually go back to in-person meetings. Earlier in the pandemic, there was lots of questions for how to do this technologically. Those other jurisdictions, including our own school district here in San Bruno, have solved that issue, and I want to be sure that we're looking into it, and that because one of the only good things that have come out of this pandemic is an increase in civic engagement and the ability for people who otherwise could not attend a meeting because of work or scheduling or childcare issues to be able to participate in this process. And I just wanted to highlight that during this item and make sure that we have concurrence from council that we would like staff to to provide for that if technologically feasible.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions on item E? Let's move to item F, Vice Mayor. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with West Coast Code Consultants, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $250,000 to perform as needed professional services.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we received a public comment today regarding a lack of response from the planning department. It just made me wonder if there's any correlation, because I know a number of documents, I believe, go to this company. So what I was going to ask is, just given that it's $250,000, that we be provided some kind of feedback. I know this is adding, I believe it's adding to an existing contract, so it's an amount not to exceed $250,000. But what I'm looking for is how do we know that they're performing, right? We saw that there were a number of responses. We're sticking with the same company. I'd be really interested to know what exactly the company is doing as it is. So meaning, like, how many applications are they getting, if that's what they're reviewing? It looks like they are helping about 3 departments. I'd just like a better understanding before we approve a document like this to determine, should we be approving them. If I really don't know how their performance has been. There's not much on it. It just says that they were selected out of this group of different companies for this particular contract. And then I saw the public comment that came in tonight, and maybe they're not connected at all. It just really kind of raised the question for me.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there other questions or comments from colleagues? Any other? If not, and hearing and seeing no hands, this is for the consent calendar. This is items A through F, and with the understanding that we were going to withdraw the December 14th minutes. Councilmember Salazar.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of the December 4th meeting minutes.
December 14th.
14th.
I'll second.
Oh.
Motion second.
Oh, wait.
Salazar.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to second. I think the Vice Mayor had questions for staff.
Yeah, I know there's a motion now. Well, maybe you took your second away. I don't know if there's officially a motion on the table, but I was waiting for a response.
Yeah, why don't we do this? We have a motion and a second. Salazar Hamilton on the question. Now we'll go to Vice Mayor's question. Looking to staff, city manager for some commentary on item F.
Sure. Through the mayor, we can certainly provide a response. The Vice Mayor's question was with regard to the item to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with West Coast Code Consultants in an amount not to exceed $250,000 to perform as-needed professional services. So in response to the Vice Mayor's question, the comment from a member of the public with regard to the department is not connected to this contract. That comment was about planning. This is about building. This contract is specifically to provide building inspection services. We do use WC3 or West Code Consultants now. Their service is satisfactory, and we would like to continue to use them. I'll turn it over to the director to expound upon that. But it's worth noting that we currently have 2 building inspector positions. We have one of those positions that is currently filled because we had a retiree of one of our building inspectors. And West Coast Code Consultants is an entity that we use to flex our building inspection. This contract in particular will be used for some of the YouTube projects as well as our rack. And given the level of development in our staff, even when we're fully staffed at 2 FTEs, we're experiencing a level of development where we need to utilize contractors for building inspection, and WC3 is not the only firm that we use. And so I'll turn it over to Pamela Wu, our Community and Economic Development Director, to talk more about the specific services that WC3 provides for the city.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor, so WC3 provides a variety of different building-related services. In particular, we had experienced some personnel turnover and short staffing in the past year, which resulted in an increased amount of contract. So WC3 provided interim acting building official for some time, building technician, plan checking, in addition to other consultants who's doing it. We want to make sure that there's a continuous smooth transition for the SBRAC and also the YouTube project for the inspector to continue to do that. But we have exhausted the allotment for the contract amount previously documented in the budget. So we're asking council to allow for a higher amount, not to provide all the services to WC3, but just to continue the smooth transition.
It's also worth noting that these type of contracts are best practice because we're not bringing on city staff when we have an increase in development activity. And all of the costs will be paid for by the various projects. And so if it's a private project, their building inspection fees will be coded to an account, and they will pay for the cost of this contract. And it's all project-based work.
Okay, it would be, it's on page 122 where I got planning. It says provide expertise for public works, building, and planning on-call development services. So just so you know where I got planning. But also just it would be helpful if we know, especially when we're going to, as we've been adding funds to contracts, just to know that the performance has been good and that it be somewhere in the staff report, just so that it makes me feel better about approving additional funds for the same contractor. I can't speak for everybody else, but for me that helps. Thank you.
Absolutely, we can bring that information, but we would never bring you a contract reward on a contractor that was not performance satisfactory.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's important to note that these inspections and plan checks, they're cost recoverable. That's my question. It's in the report, but I want to make sure that they're all staff recoverable.
Councilmember Medina, for inspections, yes, all costs recoverable. There are times, like the director mentioned, where we do have our consultants provide support for example, our counter, our technicians. And so in the past, we have had one of the consultants support the counter because we had a staff vacancy or for whatever reason didn't have a staff member to support the counter. And so whether it was a vacant position or a employee that was out or on leave, that work may not be cost recoverable, but all of the project work is cost recoverable.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on any of the items before the council takes a vote on under consent this evening? Seeing none, there was a motion and a seconded by Salazar Hamilton. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason. Aye. Mayor Medina.
Aye.
That's
it. Thank you very much, City Clerk. And at this time, we're going to recess. It is, we'll say 9:40. I'd ask if my colleagues could come back by 9:50 at the latest. I'd appreciate even being on a minute or two sooner so we can get promptly started as soon as I see all of our great faces. We'll stand in recess. Thank you, colleagues, for all coming back and having our cameras on, and it being 9:50. We're going to reconvene the San Bruno City Council meeting back from recess, and we are moving on to item 8, which is the study session. And I'll go ahead and read it. Receive, report, and provide direction regarding the preparation of the 2023-2031 housing element update. And I'm going to turn it over to our director, and she can go ahead, Director Wu can go ahead and begin, and then intro to the other presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. My name is Pamela Wu. I have the pleasure to present to you our progress on the housing element. Tonight with me is the city's planning and housing manager, Michael Laughlin. Him and I will tag team in making the entire presentation. We'll start with giving you a little background on why and how we're proposing to update our housing element. We'll dive into the discussion of regional housing needs allocation, RHNA. We'll also focus on 3 areas that will be included in the draft housing element. The first area is how to select a housing inventory site to accommodate the new RHNA allocation. And then we'll focus on the housing policies to implement these units. We'll also talk about the efforts that has been underway for public outreach and the overview of the preparation schedule. Where we will be asking council to provide directions for some of the policy questions. We will be presenting you the next step on when we're coming back to council, and reserve the remainder of the presentation for your questions. So with that said, I'll turn over the remainder, the next couple slides to Michael Laughlin, the city's planning and housing manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'd like to just start at the beginning. A housing element is a plan for developing more housing and reducing barriers to housing production. It's one of the 8 required elements of the city's general plan. It's, of course, required by state law, and it's required to be updated every 8 years. Just a reminder that cities don't create housing. They are only required to designate feasible sites in their housing elements. The elements of the housing element include an analysis of community characteristics and housing needs, so it's really setting the stage for what types of housing and housing programs are appropriate for the jurisdiction. Next, an evaluation of constraints to housing production. Next is identification of sites to meet the housing needs. Next is a housing plan with goals, policies, programs, and quantified objectives, with a special focus on fair housing and environmental justice, which are new components for this housing element cycle. And then finally, public engagement throughout the entire public process. So we wanted to provide you just with just a couple of community characteristics. The draft housing element will include much more detailed information about the background of the community. First of all, population-wise, San Bruno has been growing and will continue to grow. Current population is 45,000 and some change. The next is for income. The graph that you see on the bottom of the slide shows that it's a little counterintuitive. San Bruno is residents are 41.8% of the 100% of AMI. So San Bruno tracks just a little less than the county in terms of income, but not by a lot. Housing tenure. San Bruno is fairly consistent with other jurisdictions in San Mateo County in that 41% of our 15,063 units to 58%, or close to 60% that are owner occupied. As the City Council is aware, sales prices for homes have continued to increase and are continuing to do so. In 2020, the sale price was approximately $1.2 million for new homes, which was an increase of 116% from 2010 to 2020. Rental prices have also continued to rise. And in 2019, the rental price was $22,240, which to rent a typical apartment would require about an income of about $89,000. To develop housing, there's a lot of factors that need to come together to produce housing, and this is a good illustration of that. It takes public policy that supports housing, a market feasibility, it takes capital and land availability and at appropriate costs, and then you see in the center, when those factors come together, development can occur. So that the idea of the housing element is to look at these factors and identify how any barriers in any of these areas can be improved to develop housing. I'll turn it back over to Pamela for the next section.
So we're going to focus the next couple slides on our favorite topic, RHNA. So as the City Council understands, RHNA is our allocation for producing enough units, which is a big component in the housing element. The State Department of Housing Community Development, HCD, assigns a future projection of population estimated for the 9 Bay Area county, including a very specific housing target based upon a methodology that's adopted by the Association of Bay Area Government, ABAG, for each of the cities to satisfy during each housing cycle. Each jurisdiction must ensure that there's enough land with appropriate zoning to accommodate their RHNA allocation. On the slide, you can see this is our current cycle, the 5th cycle. San Bruno has received 1,155 units to complete by year 2022. For the current cycle, we have issued a total of 203 new housing units with a remaining obligation of 952. However, it's worth noting that even though only about 200 or so units have been constructed, the City of San Bruno has entitled a total of 674 units, which will bring us to a compliance about 58%. So roughly, we're a little over 50% of meeting our current RHNA obligation. This is a map showing how the development has occurred in the current cycle. The adoption of TCP in 2013 created development opportunity for up to 1,610 housing units. To date, the city has entitled approximately 581 units. This includes 83 units in the Aperture 400 San Mateo Avenue project that has been constructed, another 498 units that are entitled. These include the Mills Park project, 111 San Bruno project, 500 Sylvan project. All of the 498 units that have been entitled would count towards the upcoming 6th cycle if they're constructed by June of 2022. So the unit total will also include the proposed SB 35 project on the Melody Toyota side for a total of additional 136 units. The continued residential build-out of TCP, which anticipate up to 1,610 housing units, will not be enough to satisfy the current the next 6th cycle. However, it should be noted that the project within the TCP may seek a higher density to get more units beyond the 1,610 units that have been anticipated. So let's look at the sixth cycle, the mixed housing element that we're currently we're preparing. So the next allocation that the city has received from HCD is a 3,165 units projection, which is a substantial increase over the previous cycle. Council may remember staff has brought this proposed draft to you in January of last year when the draft number was released. In July of last year, City Council also decided not to appeal the draft allocation, but to send a letter to the ABAC board and also HCD opposing the number that has been assigned to the city. Regardless, this is the draft number that is in the current draft for the city of San Bruno to satisfy for the next 8 years. So when planning for how to meet the RENA requirement, HCD not only wants the city to meet the minimum housing allocation, HCD also recommends a 10% or a buffer to be added to the target. This 10% buffer is an important component of housing planning in that it allows for a case-by-case decision-making on individual projects that may include fewer housing units than anticipated and ensures that there is an adequate supply of sites that is provided throughout the entire planning period that is between 2023 to 2031, especially to satisfy lower income RENA numbers for the very low, the low, and the moderate units. The buffer is also essential to ensure a new law that came into effect in 2019. It's called the No Net Loss Law that passed in 2019. The legislation became effective to ensure that any site that is designated for housing by the city should be developed as a housing or alternative site to be designated for housing elsewhere. Even though HCD recommends a 15 to 30% buffer added to the housing goal, staff chose a lower buffer given that the density for these sites on the inventory were conservatively estimated and are likely to yield more housing units to meet the overall housing goal. However, if City Council desires a greater buffer, staff can look into and provide additional follow-up. With that, I'll turn it over to Michael to walk you through the housing site inventory.
Hey, so staff conducted a citywide site inventory and reviewed our existing zoning and land use densities and zoning regulations. Preliminary analysis indicates that the city will need to do a rezoning of at least one property, and that's the Tanforan area, which I'll talk about later, in order to meet our RENA allocation. I'll just run you through the chart here really quickly. So pipeline projects that are already entitled, that comprises 686 units. We anticipate, based on developer interest and looking at the most feasible sites within the transit corridor area, that we can accommodate or anticipate a total of about 594 units at a minimum. The Tanforan area, we do need to consider housing at in the Tanforan area in order to meet the RENA number. So single family area and infill, the 442 is primarily the Crestmore High School site and the Ingval site. For accessory dwelling units, we're allowed to take a look at the number of accessory dwelling units that we have been getting on average, and then project that number, multiply that number by the 8 years of the planning period. So right now we're averaging at least 50 accessory dwelling units per year for the last 2 years. So we're including a number of 345 for those. And then finally, The Bay Hills Pacific Plant area has 3 sites that were designated for housing. We've included 2 of the 3 most feasible sites in the inventory to come up with our 3,482, which is the RENA number plus the 10% buffer. This is just a summary of the projects that have already been entitled. The pipeline projects, which Pamela also mentioned, so I won't go into detail, but you will notice we were successful in getting units that are in a number of the very low, and moderate income, and that's due in part to the city's requirement for the 15% of the units of any new development that are required to be affordable. So putting this all together, this map shows the most feasible sites. You'll notice in green is the outline of the TCP area. So many of the sites are within the TCP area where development is expected. Then also the Tanforan site as well. We've included on the map the half-mile radius from Caltrain and BART just to show how many of these sites are going to be close to transit, which is one of the things that is encouraged when locating new housing. So these are some questions that we'll go into in more detail and the council can discuss. But I just wanted to take a break here just to see if the council has any kind of basic questions about the housing inventory or the housing sites.
Any current questions from colleagues at this time? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Pamela for a discussion on the housing policies.
So the next section we'll go into are the housing policies to implement and also to make sure that these units are constructed. The majority of the housing element update includes various goals, programs, and policies to encourage development of housing and ways to improve access to housing units. The next housing element update will review our existing program that's included in the current cycle and consider additional measures along with a timetable to implement these policies. We've also included the existing programs as attachment 3 to the staff report. We will review all of the goals to make sure the ones that have not been implemented and completed to be included in the next housing element. We'll also talk about affirmative furthering fair housing policy and the housing trust fund, and also studies and rezoning for certain areas to implement the additional units. So the first slide focuses on this new component of the housing element. Again, this is subsequent to a new state law legislation that's passed in 2018, AB 686. The requirement of AB 686 includes an assessment of fair housing practices and analysis of the relationship between available sites and areas of high or low resources and adopting programs to affirmatively further fair housing. Essentially, this is a thoughtful review of how to improve neighborhoods within the city based on these factors. For City of San Bruno, the new investment in housing close to transit and jobs, particularly in the transit corridor area, is in alignment with AFFH goal. Staff is currently working with consultants to evaluate and also identify the appropriate goals and policies to be completed and also included in housing element. When these policies are completed, the draft housing element will be presented to council for review. The next focusing area that we would like also to direct staff on is the Housing Trust Fund. we have engaged a consultant to prepare criteria to be considered in the program. So for the implementation policy on city's housing trust fund, the city currently has a balance of approximately $3.9 million and is anticipating to receive another $10.7 million from the recently entitled U2 project within the next year. This critical mass of funds represents an opportunity for the city to deploy the resources to assist the community. Staff will be working on an RFP to solicit housing consultants in the next coming months to assist the city with developing a program to use these funds. Some of the criteria the council may consider include using monitoring fee to assure the project has the affordability that they promised and they're still in existence. Perhaps that we could use the money to create additional permanent affordable rental housing opportunity, or to purchase additional land for a local site, or to offer housing assistance in rental assistance, rehabilitating existing affordable homes, transitional emergency housing for homeless shelters, to preserve assisted housing, or to provide homeownership assistance, including down payment, closing costs, mortgage assistance, in an array of different criteria. Most of the criteria are listed in attachment 2 to your staff report for City Council, just consider and also provide direction to staff. Lastly, staff has council to consider to perform additional studies or possible rezoning in two particular areas. In particularly, we're looking at the area south of El Camino, from San Mateo to Mill Breakwater, that's currently outside the TCP corridor. Reason for that is to align the recently rezoned MXR area that allows for mixed-use residential, but it's limited with a 3-story and a 50-feet high limitation unless a vote of the people is passed to increase the density. Staff is also asking council to consider a possible study or rezoning along the El Camino corridor to the north of 380, including San Fran area, which has been identified in the inventory side, and possibly the town center area to allow for housing. So these studies, if council directs staff to look into it, would also include additional programs and housing units to be included in the next housing element. That will conclude so with that said, there are 2 specific housing policy questions that staff would like further direction coming from council. First question that to ask if the council would like to consider any further criteria for the housing trust fund beyond what has been recommended in attachment 2. And the second question is about if the city council is interested in study changes, which is the rezoning possibility to the south of El Camino, to the Mill Breakwater along El Camino, and also the north portion of El Camino past 380 to allow for a higher height and possibly an increased density. And I'll pause here for any clarifications or questions that council may have.
At this time, are there any questions or clarification that's needed? Okay, seeing none at this time. I think they're going to all come at the end. I know I'm taking notes, but Councilmember Medina?
No, that's fine if we're going to wait to the end to bring it all up. Because got it.
You can go now if you'd like. Okay, please proceed.
I'll wait.
The next section I'll be covering to conclude the presentation is public outreach and schedule. 21 Elements is a consortium of, well, it's a consulting group that provides assistance to all 21 jurisdictions in the county with preparation of their housing elements, and they're an invaluable resource, and the city is contracted with them to assist us with the preparation of the housing element and also with public outreach. They've set up a website which is called Let's Talk Housing, and our website links to that website. Some of the outreach that they've done that was done last year is the setting up of the website. They've done a webinar series. They've done a fair housing survey. They've also done listening sessions for planning staff with various nonprofits and developers to better understand their obstacles in development. Some outreach that we would like to do coming up here is push out our own community survey that could be completed by residents, employers, employees, people who like to visit San Bruno, and then other outreach to try and engage stakeholders to get some input on what will be recommended in the housing element. And then finally, process and schedule. So I apologize, the slide's just a little fuzzy with the legend on the left, but the pink bar now through March will consist of public outreach, a planning commission study session, and compiling of the draft of the housing element. In April, we hope to make the housing element available for a 30-day public review in advance of the public hearing, which is required by HCD. In May and June would be Planning Commission and City Council public hearings on the draft housing element. June, July, and August would be the review time, the 90-day review time for HCD, which is kind of the peach bar. And then finally, in September, we would receive HCD comments and then respond to those. And then finally, concluding in October through December, would be hearings to adopt the housing element with submission to HCD in December for review and certification. So that concludes our presentation. So now we have, we've included all of the questions at the end as the council would like to discuss this matter.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And what we'll do is we're going to bring it to council, see if they have any questions on the information that was presented. Then we're going to move to the public. So in case they wish to, have their comments and get off and do what they need to do, and then we'll bring it back to council for feedback and direction. So any questions on the presentation from council? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a question for the consultant. We've had a lot of presentations, I would say, about the housing job imbalance, resulting in obviously these housing element studies. I'm just wondering, is there anything out there yet or anything springing up about the housing and schools and how increased housing may impact school attendance or enrollment at a later time? This is just a general question. I'm just curious.
Vice Mayor Mason will have Community Economic Director Pamela Wu address that question.
Sure. Vice Mayor, so if I understand your question right, you're asking if there's any study done between housing and school employees.
Not school employees. My understanding from a previous school board meeting is that when school enrollment is considered, they're not considering any new development until it's actually submitted. I don't know. I don't really remember if it was once the planning documents have been approved. But I am just curious to know more so in the industry, because clearly here it's not, right? It was said in a meeting. But is the industry looking at the impact of housing development on your local schools, private or public?
I am not aware to that analysis. I'm looking at the housing manager and also city manager. I don't believe that is a city industry practice to look at the overall school enrollment versus the development that's being proposed or in the housing element.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions from colleagues at this time? I'll go.
I just had another question, but go ahead.
Go ahead,
Mayor Medina.
I apologize.
You can go. Go ahead.
Okay, you know, I wanted to talk on page. I'm sorry, on slide 14. It mentioned 442 single-family area and infill, and I believe the comment was made that is kind of looking at Ingval and Crestmore High. Is that accurate in what I heard?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is an estimate based on the proposal that we have received on those two sites. One is given a preliminary proposal. Sorry.
That's okay. No, thank you. So Ingval, if it's scheduled, my memory's going about 118 units. Is that saying there's that anticipation that the rest of those single-family residents would be at Crestmore High?
I believe that the estimate from Crestmore High is based upon the D.R. Horton proposal that came to city's pre-application, I want to say July of last year.
Okay, I was just trying to think on the size, and I was going through the per acre and how many, unless it becomes more of high density. The other thing is on the buffer. On the buffer is recommended at 10%, though the HCD is at 15. And obviously, correct me, but HCD could reject if it's not realistic or what have you. And so I'm wondering as to why we're recommended the 10 and not what they say the 15, which what averages 15 to 30. Looking at some other cities, San Mateo and Redwood City are 50%. Granted, I understand a much larger community. San Carlos smaller is at 20%. And so, I mean, I'm just trying to better understand why we're maybe recommending that path.
Sure. I'll be happy to take that one. The buffer is not, cast in concrete. And so what staff wanted to bring before you in this first meeting was the sites that we feel are the most feasible and that will basically be approved by HCD as being feasible. If we go into kind of the next category, if we want to increase the buffer, we're putting forth sites that may not be as feasible because it requires, say, for example, in the TCP area, the aggregation of properties and the properties may be in an active commercial use. But one way to satisfy the buffer is certainly the number of units at Tanforan could be increased to, say, 1,200 to bring it closer to the 15%. Would be one way to do that, and then to also look at perhaps some of the city-owned properties. We did not include those in the list just because, again, we didn't want to attach a number because we don't know how they might develop. It's not to say that the city parking lot sites that the city can't move independently with development. That would just be units and projects that would could happen outside of our officially designated housing sites. Certainly it's up to the council at this point if you'd like us to look at adding some more sites, or whether we just move forward with the 10% for our first submittal to HCD.
Sure. And if I can, Mr. Mayor, just expound. I also think that it's important that we have sites that we believe are developable and will be developed during the time cycle. It's also important that we reserve sites for future arena cycles, and the methodology and strategy in other cities to go far and above over the arena cycle may be related to projects that they already have entitled and want to give credit for those. But in a city of our size that for this cycle and future cycle has very few sites to comply with our arena allocations, it's important that for this cycle we choose sites that meet the threshold, that have a reasonable buffer, but make sure that we also, because we're approaching a nearly built out city, have other areas for future cycles.
And so it is possible if you wanted to do 15 or 15 and 20, maybe 15 on marketing if you wanted 20 on affordable due to its difficulty, but there's some variables that you can do. And then something that I learned just last week, but I guess there's a new law that's going to go into effect about acquisition rehab work with nonprofits. And then I believe 25% of that work that is done, 25% of that can be counted toward the arena. And I don't know if it can be converted to that. I don't know if that's something, I know that's not maybe here, but I just don't know if that's something we're also looking into in the bigger mix of it. And I think you answered the Crestmore Ingval. I guess I was just doing the 442 minus 118, and that's where I was becoming, with the acreage there, if the fields are there, how do you place that? But you're saying that it's based on a proposal. So.
It's also worth noting in those infill units there are a few other sites, not a lot. I think like a six or 10 unit site as well. So it's not fair to say that that number is exclusively Crestmore and Ingval.
Okay, yeah, because obviously it would take zoning, and I believe the area obviously isn't looking for high density. I think this is single family. I think there was an EIR done maybe in 1981 when the high school closed, and there was still commentary from folks who were very against it then. So I guess there's some things that don't change in time, but I just know that that's a concern to the community. And before I go to Councilmember Medina, I want to go back to Vice Mayor Mason because she said she had another question. She said she was kind enough to say, go ahead, Rico. So thank you.
No, I can wait. Go ahead. I'll hold my question for a minute. I may not have it on anymore. We'll see.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Medina.
I guess I'm not convinced why we wouldn't try to have a bigger buffer, and what's the consequence of identifying additional sites for housing. We definitely know that we need it. That need's going to be going on for who knows how long. I think that we should have the buffer in there because if we identify additional areas that should be upzoned, or however we want to use that term, of being able to find locations that have housing. And then my point on it is that we should definitely make sure we're putting them in areas where it's least impactful to our current residents. And I think that was part of the transit corridor plan's point, and extending the transit corridor plan is definitely a good idea, and looking at other areas up along Sneath Lane. Those are currently warehouses and parking lots and some smaller scale business park. I think it's fair to say we need more housing than we need office space, but so many cities are continuing to just build more and more office space. And then where are the workers going to live? Let's let the market decide when it does get to that point where it makes a lot more sense to put housing in than retaining a 2-story or 3-story office park or warehouse. Down along Montgomery, Along San Mateo Avenue, there could be an overlay of zoning there. And we should be looking at giving our residents the choice of, look, if we put higher density, which is height, in our housing, it won't be as impactful to perhaps in the middle of a residential neighborhood, right? And I think definitely at San Fran, at some point, we're going to get closer to that. You know, saying 1,000, and now I'm hearing 1,200, and it's like, we need every single one of those units. And so by asking for a larger buffer, we're looking for opportunity and giving developers more of a choice. And let's guide that choice to where we will let the people of San Bruno decide if we want to go higher. All along here, we know that there are height bonuses, right? So the laws change, and so I think we should be a little bit more proactive in seeing that. And there's looking at the very low affordable housing. How are we ever going to get there? The developers generally don't want to build that. We need to take a bigger stand in making sure that happens. So we need to identify more spaces exactly in an area where in transit, where BART is, where the train station is. So in those areas, we should look at how we could fulfill these required numbers and have more options. The question that I have is, if we put a higher buffer in there and we don't reach our RENA number, so what happens? What's the consequence of having a bigger buffer? I think what we're trying to find more opportunities to put housing in, and so I don't see the negative of having a higher buffer. That's my question for now.
Councilmember Salazar, I'll ask the director to address your specific question about downside.
That wasn't my question.
He does it to me all the time.
That was Councilmember Medina.
It's Councilmember Medina. It's the way the boxes show up in the room. I'm sorry, Councilmember Salazar. But Director, will you address Councilmember Medina's specific question on having a higher buffer and potential downsides to that? And then Councilmember Medina, there were some other questions that you had in there that we can address.
Yeah. Medina, so the downside of having a higher buffer, and if we don't reach it, is that we have overcommitted to the inventory. The housing element also says that for these units that we have included on the housing inventory side, the rezoning, the corresponding rezoning, has to happen within the next year. Another way to get to the higher number to have more sites is you can identify housing policies to be included in the housing element, not necessarily giving a big buffer. But you can say, for instance, as we mentioned, to look at the possibility of greater density along the south corridor of El Camino or the north side of 380. So those are housing policies versus having a bigger buffer.
Okay, I get that part. I totally agree with that part. I want to do both, I guess, and seeing that we're at the low end of the buffer, so why not just make it 15? And I heard that, will HCD could more likely reject it. Well, if you're only proposing 10, I don't know. I guess I'll wait. I just think that we should, if the suggestion is 15, I think we should be able to find it.
So, Council Member Medina, of the sites that have been identified to meet the current RENA 6 allocation with a 10% buffer, all of those sites can be met at this point without rezoning, with the exception accomplish a larger buffer, we would either need to look for other sites that do not need a re-entitlement that can be designated for other units, or potentially look at more units on that front. It's important also to note what the director mentioned, which is there are a number of sites that were that you mentioned that we can study for next cycles, and just because a site is not within this RENA 6 allocation does not mean that a developer cannot come along and propose a rezoning for that site and housing be developed there. And so it is still very much possible to have housing on sites that is not on your RENA allocation. It's also important to note that right now, as where we sit today, San Bruno has a job housing imbalance in that we have more jobs than we have housing units. And so while we certainly need to develop more housing, there's an imbalance there. And one question you asked is how will we ever get those affordable units? The answer is it has to be a balance between having sites that are designated for housing, where we're more likely to get our 15% affordability component. So if there are 100 housing units built there, 15 will be affordable. But we also help incentivize affordable housing by having spaces that are zoned for office and commercial development, because those pay a commercial linkage fee. Similar to the action that the City Council took with the YouTube expansion, a total of nearly $25 million for affordable housing, $10 million expected to come in within a year. That money is going to allow you to inject additional affordable housing and support it. And so you really have to have balance, and it's not zoning a lot of your industrial lands or commercial lands for housing because you're taking away that commercial linkage fee revenue that you may get to actually subsidize. And so you can do a little bit of each, but it really needs to be a balance, because in most housing projects, unless they're using an SB 35 project or some density bonus, you're really only going to get about 15% affordability. And at 15%, we're not going to meet our target thresholds. So we need to have cash as well to inject into projects or to incentivize other projects to provide more affordability than 15%.
Any other questions on the presentation before we allow the public? Councilor Medina? No, please.
No, that was the one question there. I thought we were going to kind of go around the room a little bit, but that was the primary part of it.
Okay. Questions on the presentation so we can get to the public as well. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so the presentation clearly outlines our need to get to our housing goals. So what are we doing to have those conversations with the public now?
So Council, Vice Mayor, we have started the outreach program through the 21 elements. We've also pushed it out on our social media. We will be conducting our own citywide online survey to alert the public and also to solicit feedback. And the online survey should be coming out in the next month or two.
Okay, and then are we, with the surge coming down, are there any meetings in person planned, questions and answer meetings, feedback meetings? I think that, you know, my recollection of some of the other, I don't know how to say it, but because I don't want to, I think other previous, I guess, planning or drafts that have come to the council, I think, have been met often with opposition or confusion. And so I think, and some with approval, right? But I think that the more ahead of the education part we can get to the public, the sooner, the more, the smoother the process is going to be. Because at this point, we know we have this allotment. It's required. We were practically threatened the last time. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to get the communication out, but also to open up the dialogue, not just us saying this is what the housing element is or this is what's happening, but we want to hear from you. You know, what would you like to see?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor Mason. We do at this point have a robust virtual and online effort planned. We are thankfully coming down in our surge, and the R effect is now lower than 1. And so as we look forward, we may be able to plan in-person or outdoor engagement sessions, but at this point there are no in-person sessions planned. It is all virtual or online engagement. And so we will look into the ability to do something in person based on where we are with the pandemic at that time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other areas within the city that you think might be impacted or changed by SB 9 and 10? We often hear about you know, certain portions of the city that are owned by, you know, whatever. They're rumors. They may not be true. I don't know. But are there any areas where you might have a single owner that is sizable enough to impact the housing element, and maybe an area that we should consider in addition to the areas that have been presented today?
So, Vice Mayor Mason, at this point, with regard to SB 10, that requires an action of the city to upzone to allow that. With regard to SB 9 and residential lot splits or lot divides, we do not have an analysis on the increase in units that may create. It is certainly a new law, and how many residential property owners in San Bruno decide to take advantage of that. I think that as time goes on, we will have information not just locally, but also from other communities across the state to do a little bit better projection on what the local impact would be. I think frankly everyone is sort of grappling with what it means, and the true impact is not known. It's another tool to provide additional housing, but I know we've talked earlier, and there's just no clear way to project it, and we haven't found a good source that has actually provided a reliable projection on how many residential properties will take advantage of SB 9.
And Vice, add to it. So we've had, I mean, the law passed last year. We've had some inquiries from the member publics, but we've also heard that there are other cities who had a surge of these inquiries. San Bruno is not one of those. I'm not going to say that we have 0 inquiries. We do have some, but we're unlike other cities who have, you know, phone calls asking you about the possibility. And I think given this is a new law, we have not factored into the number of units that could be constructed pursuant to SB 9 in this housing element. Just because we started housing element preparation ahead of the SB 9 that got passed last year.
Okay, and do appreciate the work that's been done around this this presentation. You know, I just feel like it's a little overwhelming where we need to get and how we're going to get there.
Other questions on the presentation before we go to public comment? Let's go ahead and please, anybody who's been kind enough to be with us this evening and wishes to speak and offer their comments, now would be the time to please raise your virtual hand. Again, we do have some speakers, and again, I really want to thank you for your patience and waiting for this topic. And please, City Clerk.
The first speaker is Farouk.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Yes. So in response to that, the property I'm looking to subdivide would be under SB 9 because the area was zoned R1, even though historically it was an R3 zoning. And had the city been actually looking to develop, we could build as much, since over 9,000 square feet lot, as much as 10 or even 20 units. And the whole area is full of apartment complexes and it's pretty high density. We've been trying to make efforts with the city to even build it under SB 9 to subdivide the lot off and build 2 additional units. We haven't gotten any cooperation from the city side. We've sent emails, we've gone in person. So I just find it surprising that there's a housing shortage and the city is not willing to do anything for the people who are small owners who are willing to build housing when they're focusing on just developers. That'll be it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Evan Adams. Just one moment, I'm trying to bring Evan into the room. Evan, whenever you're ready.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Hi, San Bruno. Thanks for having this conversation tonight. You know, to start off, one thing, you know, you're all doing just a really great job tonight at this. Really fantastic and informed questions throughout. I'm impressed. You know, and another thing, congratulations on your ADU production. You know, you should really take heart in that. Those are some fantastic numbers, and you're really being rewarded with being able to use those for some really wonderful and fantastic projections out into this cycle. Also, remember, you know, if you get some SB 9 projects coming in, those might be at the expense of some ADUs, but you still get to count them, and they might end up being nicer projects. They might be a little, have fit their sites a little bit better because the owners want to make a nice project. You know, also, you know, I don't need to say it, but you've already latched on to that 10% buffer is a little bit concerning. Your gut instincts are absolutely correct. Look at a 15% buffer. You know, considering what your performance was last cycle, you really want to encourage getting to what's called a high probability of development in the business. You know, it's called a PDEV number, and that's just showing it's going to happen, and you want to prove that in your housing element. That's healthy for your housing element when it gets reviewed by the state. And, you know, finally, I love Tanfran. I have so many memories at Tanfran growing up. And, you know, Tanfran has BART, but Tanfran is old. And, you know, I really encourage you, dream big here. You know, be aspirational. You have such a wonderful opportunity at Tanfran. Why not really go for it? You could be the envy of the entire peninsula with your opportunity there. It's such an opportunity. Go for it. And, you know, best regards to all of you. And again, congratulations on those ADU numbers. Really well done. And finally, you know, dream big and good night. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and have a good evening. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alex Melendrez. Hi, Alex, whenever you're ready.
Well, hello, San Bruno City Council and city staff. Alex Melendrez, resident of San Bruno. I have some former affordable housing policy and organizing experience. I just have a little bit of feedback. I want to highlight everything that Evan Adams, the previous speaker, just said. You guys are doing some amazing work here. It's not easy work. And to, I think, some of the comments I have regarding around the buffer zone, I agree with, I think it was Mayor Medina and then Council Member Medina as well, that the recommended buffer zone is is a bit low. What HCD recommends is the 15 to 30%. I think that's something that you should take into account. I think you guys are on the right track there. Some of the other things I want to suggest is, you know, I live here. I've spent my entire life going to Tanfran. It needs to be redeveloped. It is old, everything Evan just said. But I would also suggest not putting a lot of your eggs into one basket. I think what will be important going forward is looking for a diversity of sites. There's a lot that can go wrong with one particular property if something doesn't go, I don't know, the right way. But I think a liberal, wide swath of eligible sites is really going to be key to meeting our current, our future RENA allocation. Some of my other comments here, I know the Airport Land Use Commission has been like a thorn for a variety of reasons, especially in our transit-rich oriented areas. I think I've said this before at other council meetings, but there is precedent for overriding the ALUCP on their land use. It happened in South San Francisco for the Old Century Theater there, and I think that should be a guiding rule going forward, where the liability was put in the hands of the developer, not in the city or the airport. And, you know, that kind of covers that whole, you know, necessity for needing to get their approval in the first place, which it doesn't seem likely in a lot of their airport zones. Some of the other comments I have a lot of other comments. Some of the other comments I have regarding affordable housing policies, I say please talk to some affordable housing developers. MidPenn just released their own best practices for housing elements, and as one of the premier leaders in developing affordable housing, especially in our county, they would tell you what are the best ways to develop the deed-restricted affordable housing. Maybe we need to take a look at our inclusionary ordinance again. And yeah, I appreciate all the work you're doing on this front. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kalisha Webster. Hey, Kalisha, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I'm a housing advocate for people with developmental and other disabilities with housing choices. As part of the housing element, all cities are required to provide an assessment of the housing needs of people with developmental and other disabilities, as well as create policies and programs to address their housing needs. For a person with a developmental disability, the greatest barrier to living independently is cost. Currently, 90% of San Bruno adults with developmental disabilities still live at home because of the lack of deeply affordable housing in San Bruno. As you consider the housing sites and policies, I urge you to consider ways in which San Bruno can affirmatively further fair housing for people with developmental and other disabilities by increasing opportunities to live independently in deeply affordable housing. As was previously stated by other commenters, as well as Councilmember Medina and I believe the mayor as well, the city should increase the RENA buffer of 10% in order to account for the lack of affordable housing built in San Bruno during RENA Cycle 5. This is in part because no 100% affordable housing projects were developed during the current RENA cycle, which began in 2015, meaning that all of the affordable housing developed has inclusionary units and larger market rate projects. Based on the city's 15% inclusionary requirement, the city would need to plan for over 11,000 market rate units in order for the city to plan to meet the new RENA Cycle 6 requirements for affordable units if this trend continues. Without implementing policies and programs to encourage more 100% affordable development, the city's modest buffer of only 10% will not be enough to meet RENA requirements for all income levels. One such policy is the targeting of city-owned land, which is not currently being considered in the housing sites inventory, to development of affordable housing. City-owned land and affordable housing funds are often essential to the development of deeply affordable housing that is financially feasible in high-cost San Bruno. For this reason, the city should include city-owned sites in the housing sites inventory. And because no very low or extremely low income units were developed in RENA Cycle 5, the city should further incentivize the development of these units needed to house members of the community who are most at risk of becoming unhoused by creating guidelines for the scoring of any competitive RFPs for city-owned land or affordable housing funds, which grants additional points to affordable housing projects that include these units or that make a percentage of units subject to preference for identified categories of special needs populations who are most difficult to house under existing state and federal housing finance programs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers, City Clerk?
I see no other speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll bring it back to the council. Again, this is not an action item. This is just providing some direction. And so, council, any final comments or staff, is there anything that you want to, I think there were 3 items that I had written down about the buffer, about the housing trust fund, and the rezoning study. if I got those correct. And I'm sure you want to have us offer some commentary on those. We'll start with the Vice Mayor.
I would just say in Ms. Webster's comments, thank you for your comments, and just really encourage staff that as we move forward, affordable housing, I think, has taken a really broad connotation as far as what exactly is affordable. And I just want to really encourage staff to look into opportunities for low-income housing, both for our senior community as well as our developmental disability community or disabled community. There may be programs available. I think Ms. Webster mentioned one, but I know that NOFA's come out on a regular basis, and just keep an eye out for one of those. Hopefully one of those opportunities could be in San Bruno one day, and I think it would be really beneficial because the truth is that low income isn't really that low when compared to the rest of the country. So we really do need to focus on that area, which is our lowest number right now as far as the RHNA requirements go, and truly our highest need. So I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
So I just wanted to comment on, regarding the buffer. I also have concerns that it's too low at 10. We should try to add additional sites in order to get it back up to 15. Just because we're gonna we need the housing, and we need to be able to meet these targets and maybe get some of the heat off of us. Trying to get, at least, following the recommendations. I am in favor of looking at extending the transit corridor both to the south and to the north, as described along El Camino. That makes perfect sense. And looking at sites in the city-owned lots downtown, the business park on Sneath that Councilmember Medina mentioned earlier. There are other areas that we should look at potentially rezoning to help us get the buffer to 15 and to encourage the housing that we need to come to San Bruno.
Thank you. Other comments in regards to the three items that were asked? Councilmember Salazar.
The only thing I would say is that, first of all, well put together plan, and thank you to staff for bringing all that together. I believe staff is taking the correct and conservative approach in saying that let's be realistic about what we can deliver, and let the buffer reflect what's in that. The other comment I also heard from the city manager is that there will be future RHNA requirements, and we got to keep something in reserve for those, because the requirements are going to keep coming, and there's nothing in this plan that would prevent us from developing more than what we're proposing. It's a minimum, and so I think that having a safe and conservative number in there that we commit to the state is probably the best approach. And if other opportunities do come along, and they will, then we take advantage of those. But I believe that the commitment should be something that's realistically achievable and not just too much of a stretch, because it's what we're on the hook for.
Any other comments on the three items? Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I won't bother and bore everyone by repeating what I said. We're responsible for doing the zoning. It's up to the development community to build. So we're not on the hook for anything. Maybe staff can answer that question. That's my understanding of it. We're not on the hook for anything. We're trying to find the places where housing can be developed, and it's up to the developer to develop. Is that correct?
City Hall staff?
Sure. Let's restate the question. So Councilmember Medina is asking essentially what are the penalties if a RENA number is not met. And so let's turn that over to the director and clarify the point that we need to rezone all these properties.
Right. So,
can I just make one clarification? Because I think what Councilmember Medina wanted clarification on is that the city, in fact, is not responsible for building anything, only for zoning for it. And I believe that's absolutely correct. But this is a commitment on the city's part to make sure that the builders can build. And if we can't deliver on that, that's when we fail to meet our number. And I believe that's what the city manager was about to answer. And I think that's worth mentioning as well.
Sure. Let's have the director provide a response.
Sure. Councilmember Medina, so I want to clarify, there is the RENA goal of about 3,000 units that we absolutely have to meet. So there are penalties if we don't meet the RENA goal. And then there's a suggested buffer from HCD from 15% to 30%, where staff is doing a more realistic and conservative approach of asking a 10%. There is a penalty if the 10% buffer area that has been identified, but however the rezoning to allow for these units are not properly processed within a reasonable amount of time. And I want to say that's within a year. There's also a penalty for not carrying it through, for the city not going through with the rezoning effort to allow for those units.
That's great. And HCD will be able to review our housing element and then give us some feedback on it. So I think that coming in higher, it gives us that additional buffer. And it's the recommended number. When they're saying 15 and we come in for 10, they're going to go like, it just seems like it's already raising the flag. But, that's where I'm at. I think we should go 15 and that's it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And just to circle back, because I think just on the buffer item, I didn't write down clearly for the vice mayor. Did you have a preference on the percent?
No, I don't have a preference. I'm fine with the 15% that the council member said. I think my question is as it pertains to just the expansion of the transit corridor plan. I want to be really clear on what exactly we're giving instruction for tonight, because I know one of the complaints that I've received was that the flyers that had been presented on the transit corridor plan really didn't present a full picture of the entire plan, right? It was really like where the aperture was. And I think that later came back to provide an obstacle to the city when Mills Park came. I know when I was on the planning commission for a vote, once, right, with no previous history on the planning commission, and it was, I think, a surprise to a lot of the residents. So I just want to make sure again that the communication is open. This is happening at 10 o'clock at night on a Tuesday night. I think it's imperative to the success of the future development in San Bruno that we are open and communicating with the public. So my question to you is that we're having this conversation. There's unanimous, consent around some of the recommendations that have been given tonight. What does that mean exactly?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mason. We are here tonight for feedback on the site and the policy that has been put before you. Based on the feedback that the City Council brings, we will come back to you in April with responses, and you will not act on this plan until October. So there's plenty of time for additional feedback and engagement based on the housing element. However, it's also important to note that the specific policy options that you mentioned will have an entirely separate public engagement effort around them. For example, what we're tonight and through the housing element is asking the city council to direct staff to study the possibility of expanding the transit corridors plan to the southern border of the city and look at potentially increasing densities and changing the zoning at town center. That entire effort will have, those sites are not going to be designated in this RHNA allocation, but instead you are launching an effort to study that, right? And there'll be an effort to study it. The council at some point will decide if you would like to go forward, and those two projects in particular will require a vote of the community because they're governed by Ordinance 1284, and there would need to be an increase of height, density, and zoning. And so just know that those processes will...
I was going to say, I apologize.
Sure, it will be a significant project and public engagement session unto itself, and so the decision certainly is not being made tonight. You're simply providing feedback tonight on the idea to possibly do that, and you'll make that final decision in October, and so there's a lot of time for engagement.
Okay, so one then suggestion I would make is if it would be possible to do like a, and maybe with Director Wu's support, but maybe offer like either each council member or 2x2s, however, but a virtual opportunity to, do questions and answers. And, each person has different communities. Some of them intersect as far as, the contact with different residents within San Bruno. So I think just to try to hit all the different groups within San Bruno, it would be really good to just bring them in and have the same communication and method of communication with each group, or I would say invite all of San Bruno, obviously. But we've learned that tonight's a good example. There were a lot of postings about tonight, and we didn't have a lot of people attend tonight's meeting. At least not as many as I would have expected, given the changes that are happening in both the housing element and the districting. So I just want to make sure we're making every effort to communicate with the public. Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the three questions on the buffer, I'm started the buffer question, and so I'll finish it. That I'm looking at the 15%. I think you have consensus on the 15%. As far as the rezoning study, I heard from Tom, in my mind clearly that yes, look into that. Councilmember Medina, Vice Mayor Mason, there may not be a preference, or okay, Mr. Medina, Councilor Medina is saying yes. Vice Mayor?
Just look into the zoning?
The zoning study, he's determining it as a rezoning study.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so we have consensus, yes, to do that. The last one I had down was the Housing Trust Fund, and I believe it's use. If I'm saying that correctly, it's use or the leverage of it. And City Manager, can you help me just on that last topic, please?
Sure. We presented a number of methodologies and strategies to expand the use of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think there was concurrence among the items that were presented, but there was also comments from council members to look beyond that and do anything we can to incentivize affordable housing, in particular at the very low and low levels where the most need is and the units that have been least produced. There was also a member of the public that mentioned that one of the affordable housing providers has prepared a best practices for housing elements, and so we will certainly ensure that we look at that. But I think we have a clear direction on concurrence with what we presented, but also look a little further and do everything you can because affordable housing is a critical need.
Thank you. You're right. We do need to have a plan, and we need to have an action plan, and we need to build affordable units. Colleagues, you heard, thanks to our city manager, a recap on the Housing Trust Fund and other elements. If that is in concurrence with what we've heard, if that's a direction that we have given, if I see nobody putting their hand up, virtual or otherwise, I'm going to assume Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, no, I just want to make a comment since we have some advocates, some housing advocates on the line, that the city has actually done a great job of, you may not know this, but keeping in touch with some of our development partners like Mid-Peninsula to keep an eye out for opportunities for housing. And so I reached out to them probably before the end of the year last year and was pleasantly surprised that they've been in regular communication with Director Wu. So just an FYI, I was really happy to hear that, and I'm hoping something, comes up soon. Thank you.
Okay. With that,
really fast, super fast, I promise.
Yeah,
I was remiss when making my comments on just saying that the completeness and clarity in this report was remarkable. It was really. This is as was said earlier, this is an overwhelming topic, but it was really accessible reading into this report. And I just wanted to compliment staff on that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I think you have an appreciation and thumbs up from the team. With that, City Manager, I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 9, comments from council members. If a council member does have, you raise your virtual hand. If I don't see the hand, I'm assuming there's none for this evening. Councilmember Medina.
I'll keep this brief. It is 11:11. Wow, long day. Second harvest tomorrow from 1. We need volunteers from 1:45 to about 4 o'clock at Bel Air School. If you need, for those that need some food, or if you know someone that needs food, people are lining up right at 1:45, 2 o'clock, and so come to Bel Air tomorrow. There's also one over at Skyline weekly. I wanted to share a little bit about what happened to me. I did contact COVID the week past, and it took me around 9 days to kind of get a clear test. Just wanted to let people know, like, for me, I was vaccinated and I was boosted. I also tried my best to wear my mask and do all the right things. And in our household, I was the only one that got it, even though my son still goes to school and his mother's a teacher, and they didn't get it. So do your best to avoid it. Encourage people to get vaccinated. Be safe. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Salter.
Thank you. So 23 years ago today, my wife Sandra and I welcomed my son, our first son, Michael, into the world. And so today is his birthday. And since I had to spend 6 hours working on council stuff, I just wanted to take a minute to just wish him a very happy birthday and let him know how much Sandra and I love him, appreciate him, and are so proud of him. That's it.
I think we're going to owe him, obviously, for having you have a council meeting all night. Vice Mayor Mason. You're on mute.
Hopefully we can end tonight on wishing your son a happy birthday. Often we end on other topics, so it would be great. Happy birthday to him. I have a couple notes here. Just a reminder that it was earlier today, there's COVID testing for PCR, but the rapid testing is still available on San Bruno Avenue. And they did just open up weekends this past weekend. So they're going to be open probably for the next month, but they're now opening 7 days a week at 841 San Bruno Avenue. I just wanted to ask if we can get an update on what happened, when the Laurafield parking lots are going to open, and then an update on that Arts and Cultural Commission application. The next meeting's fine. I just want to throw it in there. I wanted to just say that there was a really nice event at the senior center. There was an anniversary party. The mayor was there, and I was so surprised to show up at 10:30, and there is literally a dance floor filled with seniors on a weekday, and it was the first time I had been to a senior event, I think, since the pandemic. So it was really nice to see seniors just enjoying themselves. It was a nice event celebrating the anniversary of the center. And it was nice to see seniors really taking care of themselves, too, within their bubbles, within their groups, masked. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. And then a thank you to the library staff for the Chinese New Year event. I'm really sad I couldn't attend, but I did see pictures and some video. And, just they came through, again, with another great event. Just two more announcements. The proclamation, thank you, Mayor, for announcing the proclamation for the January 2022 National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month. Just wanted to encourage people to watch or listen to the podcast that was just released, I believe today, by the captain of the Millbrae Sheriff's Department, Christina Corpus. She just released a podcast on human trafficking in San Mateo County. I think a lot of people don't know that it is happening here in our county. And she provides some pretty informational information on her podcast. So I would recommend taking a listen. And then today in the Daily Journal, there was talk about the PG&E getting out of probation. And I just wanted to state that I was actually quite disappointed that that the probation was not extended. I was unaware that this was occurring until I read the Daily Journal article this morning. And provided that the subsequent wildfires resulting in more death and destruction of entire communities that have occurred since, it just seems like it would have been worthy to request or to have a discussion. I'm not sure how much San Bruno really knew. It sounds like based on an earlier message from the staff, we really didn't know much about this going to the court. But it just seems like it would have been something worthy of knowing more in advance, and I think it would have been worthy for San Bruno to stand in solidarity with our neighboring cities that have been destroyed, and all of us as citizens are now paying for these lawsuits through rate increases. So it's really a shame that the probation was not extended and that there were no efforts to extend that probation from what I understand. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And for me, maybe three items. One, today there was, I led off on the San Mateo County Transportation Authority as the chair, a webinar, which is for complete streets, something that we all hear about every day. But what it was, and there'll be additional seminars for public works directors, engineers, project managers, is the process. And how do you go through it, and what are the evaluations, and how for those resources. And, of course, the uses of Measure A and W. So that will be available. It's recorded, but also there'll be seminars for our staff and other staffs within the county. And that was one of the strategic initiatives that were done to try to hopefully have everybody equal and best prepared. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, yes, the senior anniversary, 35th year. I think I've been to all of them because I started there when I was a staff member. But it is exciting. I will tell you, I was going to say I feel young, but I felt energized there, and I met a lady, which the Vice Mayor was kind enough to take a picture that she wanted, and she was 102. And I don't know, because there's no way I thought she was 80-something. I mean, she was amazing. And but just the enthusiasm and the love that they have, it just emulates. Which then triggers me into, as Councilman Salazar said, about some young man named Michael Jr. And he was there and assisting, and it was great to see. I don't know if it's a secret, but he works over in the city of Millbrae, and there was a lady that was visiting. As you know, we have a lot of out-of-town folks, and she found out what department he worked in. And so those two hit it off about water sewer rates and about the fee structure and about the evaluation that's upcoming. So I will tell you, I think I see he has his father in it in a lot of ways, but also just on behalf of all of us, to Michael Jr., he's a special man, and his passion and enthusiasm and smile are infectious. And so with that, I will adjourn this meeting. And a happy birthday to Michael Salazar Jr. And thanks to his family for allowing his father to be with us this evening. We will go ahead and adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on February the 8th, 2022 at 7 p.m. Everybody, staff, thank you for all your reports and staying with us and this evening, and thank you to the public for their input and participation in the process. Everyone have a good evening and be safe and have the rest of the week.